Hey guys, how you doing? Saturday night, 7 o'clock p.m. I've got a show for you tonight. Me and Jeff C are going to be discussing some of the topics of the day, and I just want to thank you for being here. Thanks so much for showing up last night to the live show. We had a great audience. We had a good time. Same thing tonight. It's always a lot of fun when I have Jeff C on here. We have again a lot to discuss. We're going to discuss a lot of the virus stuff as well. Obviously, I tried to lay off some of that last night, but it is kind of the big story, and there's a lot of little side roads we'll take as well. So most of you know me. I'm KJ. Let me introduce you to Jeff C. Jeff, thanks.
Yes. Hi, KJ. Thank you so much for having me on the show again.
Oh, you're welcome, man. It's always great to have you, and I know we've got a lot to discuss. I'm going to start off just by asking, because we were talking before we started. I told Jeff I wanted to debunk a conspiracy theory real quick, just before we get started here. And have you heard this thing going around about President Trump, whenever he's talking to the public from the press room, that they removed the presidential seal and the flag from behind him?
Yeah. I heard you talking about that last night on your show too.
Well, it started upsetting me because I'm seeing a lot of people just really freaking out. So I went and did 3 minutes worth of research, and let me show you what I found here. Let's see, is this it? There it is. That's what I found. I guess can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Can you see that? Okay. It's the same press room that Obama used for 8 years. They have a press room in the White House, or just off of the White House, that has the American flag. It doesn't have the presidential flag to the other side, and it doesn't have a presidential seal. This is the same place, guys, that Trump's been going and talking to the press about COVID. So, okay, that's what I'm just saying. Calm down. I'm seeing a lot of people then freaking out about this. Trump's been taken over. It's finished. You know, the Illuminati have won. And like I said, that stuff upsets me the most, because I always think about new people that just woke up. I'm always thinking about the newbies, not so much us that are a little more seasoned, but I always think of the new people coming in, and you're taking away their power when you do this kind of thing. You're making people victims when you sit here and give, it's all over. It's done. They're bringing in the FEMA camps, and here come the guillotines. That is so not cool. I don't get mad about much, but that stuff gets me a little mad, because I just feel bad for the new people. And then you can get new people stuck on some of this stupid stuff, and they're not paying attention to the real things that are happening. But
Yeah.
Anyway, are you with me on this?
Yeah. It's important always to any type of information that's circulating, especially if it starts to really form a sort of narrative, to get to the facts of it. And that is one of those ones that's pretty easily debunkable. And I can see where that narrative comes in, because, like Trump, in my opinion, Trump is nothing more than a puppet. All the leaders of the world are merely puppets. And so a lot of people that would fall into this narrative that Trump is in control and he's going to save the day, sort of thing, then they might see that and they might think, oh my God, Trump has been compromised and he's lost his power and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not really sure where exactly that goes, but I can see that kind of angle on it, sort of thing. But I think that people should think of these leaders just as actors, just like you would of Matt Damon or Meryl Streep or something, right? And you should also think of your actors as actors all the time, not just when they're in the movies, but especially when they're on television, or they're, on a late night talk show or something like that. I think in many ways that the actors do the movies, and we know there's tons of predictive programming and all that in the movies, but I think in many ways the main purpose of say Matt Damon or Meryl Streep is really the propaganda, being propagandists themselves, and how they control the masses through their so-called real life personas, sort of thing. So
I want to throw this in there because, and I'm being just serious, man. This is really how I feel. And of course, I could always be wrong about things. I never claim to know everything, but maybe I'm a little bit of a dupe, because there's a small side of me, Jeff. There really is a small side of me that's holding on to this idea that, in a sense, Trump is being used, by God. All right, Trump is being used just as Cyrus was used. We've seen this, all right, and doesn't mean he's a good guy, but he's there to help the land, maybe give the people a bit of a reprieve, if you will, or free the slaves from Egypt. Now, again, I'm with you on most presidents or selected, not elected. Even in the movie I made, I showed tons of clips exposing the Clinton, Bush, Obama regime. These guys were all doing that. They're all the same people, basically, right? And they're all related. That's the other thing I think I've asked the audience before. I don't know if you guys know about this or not. It'd be really interesting to see if Trump is related to the presidents, because every president except for one in America is related to the King of England.
Yeah, that's right. They all are, and Trump is from the Drumpf. So I mean,
Trump, right? Yeah.
yeah, it's not his real surname, and yeah, he's all of them are related. That's how it works, and
I
they've
think he's
coded.
cousins with Hillary too. Sorry, but I think he might be cousins with Hillary. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but it's well known that all the presidents are related and all the prime ministers as well. So it's a small elite club that run the show, and these are our actors. I think of them as Muppets. I find that's almost the best analogy for them.
That's a good way to look at it. I guess
Yeah.
I'd make me and you the angry old men up in the
Yeah,
rafters
exactly.
yelling down. You
Those
shut
guys
up
are
down
awesome.
there. Yeah.
That's exactly like I when I look at these characters, and I say the same thing about Anthony Fauci and Sanjay Gupta and Anderson Cooper.
They're horrible. Yeah.
Yeah,
people.
they're all just Muppets. They're characters in a play, and this is all being played out. And so you can't put false hope in these characters, because there's no chance that the powers that be would ever allow somebody that would really be for the people to run the show, because that's just against everything that they are. And so I believe, unfortunately, that Trump is the last president. I don't think there will be another one.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I also want to throw this out to the audience before the keyboarders start banging. KJ, you dupe, you've been fooled. You're on the Trump train. It's not like that. I look at every angle and I go by my feelings on things a lot, because I'm an introvert. This is how I process. So my feeling is I'd like to think there's some humanity in that man. I do think that he is most likely the last, because I've done videos on him being the tip of the spear, if you will. So have other people, that he's the tip of the spear. There's a lot of that symbolism with him. This is his destiny, and this was foretold before. We've seen elements of that in the predictive programming, if you will, of all this with Trump. There's even, in my videos I've made in the past about Trump, I've said that I believe the next 9/11 will happen under Trump. And I wasn't foreseeing this, because I don't think this is it. I think this is just an element.
Yeah. No, this is much bigger than 9/11. This is the biggest thing in the history of the world. This is 3/11, actually. The whole
Right.
the 3/11 programming was all for this. I kind of thought that too, because I was, people are listening to this, and there was a lot of videos that were going around about 3/11, 3/11, 3/11, and it was mistakenly attributed to November the 3rd, 11/3 sort of thing. But I speculate. I remember I was doing a show with TMF there, and I speculated, no, what if it's March the 11th, 3/11? And it's March the 11th. And 3/11 has been coded for decades as being one of the major days that they would unleash this new world order. And it's happened, and it's here. So 3/11, if you're listening right now, was the date that the pandemic was declared officially.
Did you, I know you didn't get to see all my show last night, but did you see the part where I showed maybe 15, 20 stories, new ones coded with the 33 since I made my video?
Sorry, which one's coded with the 33?
So what happened, I don't know if you saw this. I made a video a few weeks back called How I Know the Crown Virus is a Setup. And in there, I think that was the one. Yeah, in there I showed all the 33 in the news, right? That was coded in there. Well, one of my subscribers, Caro Net Lewis, they sent me 15, maybe 20 different news stories since, just in the last couple of weeks, coded with the 33 still. So, right. And like Jeff's saying, it is the 33. They started this on 3/11. It's the 33. Of course, 33 is magic number. It goes back to the Masons as well. And just another example of the hidden controllers in action. I have found so many weird little things I find connection things to the symbolism of the crown, even more since I've made my video.
Oh, yes.
It's everywhere. I'm going to do probably just a live show this week instead of a video on it, so we can all talk and show everybody. But this whole thing is obviously a part of the program, but it looks like Jeff, I don't know how you feel about this. I don't think it worked out exactly how they were hoping. That's why I do believe this is a massive experiment as well. They're trying to see how we're going to react. But what do you think about that? I feel like they're not getting the reaction they wanted.
I honestly think that this is not at all an experiment. I think this is the real deal. I think we're all in tremendous danger, and I think this is the end of times if we do not wake up right now and counter what they're up to, because what they have coming is unbelievable. I'm not saying that there won't be a let up coming forward in the sense that, look, we're pretty much at martial law globally right now. Billions of people locked down, and it gets worse every day. They have been coding waves over and over again, and I have shown how many of, and this is well known amongst the military, even the Canadian chief of military came out and said they anticipate this whole thing to play out for a year and a half.
Yeah, see that's where, and I've seen some of these stories too, and I'll play this side of it, and it's just me. You and I have our differences, but I'm staying open to the idea that it will end, and then the next thing will come. Like it'll be because even worse next. But I don't know, and like you say, you don't know. We don't know for sure. We have feelings on things. I feel both ways. I see it could be. It's obvious, and I've said this before. This is the first time in world history that we've seen people being able to lock down the planet.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
It's the biggest event in the history of the world, and it's the crime of the century. I believe that this is absolute tyranny, and I'm thinking that if we do not stop what's happening, we're not going to have any chance. And it's very bad, the situation, because what they have coming, folks, is a complete collapse of the economy, a complete reset of the dollar, a new digital currency coming in. We're going to all be forced to be vaccinated to even have a chance at working again. They're bringing in universal wage for the world. This is already being heavily discussed and proposed. It's already been passed in Spain. They're going to force everyone to wear the Bill Gates tattoo, the ID 2020, right, on the skin, which is literally the mark of the beast.
Well, that's what's weird.
And on top of that, though, just one very important thing to throw in there, which everyone should be extremely worried about, is that Trump signed 2 5G bills just last month, and a lot of people covered this. And this is to lay out the entire 5G network for all of America within 180 days. And so they are going full force with this 5G network, and they're doing it all over the United States and all over the world. It's happening at the exact same time. And this stuff is so deadly for us. It is really, once this system is set up, I shudder to think what could happen to all of us. I mean, I honestly think this is the sum of all fears. I honestly never anticipated that they would be so bold to carry out something of this magnitude. I am floored by how evil this is, and every day I see worse and worse, and the signs of what they want to do are beyond troubling. And they just announced that they're saying 200 million people now have been laid off around the world. I mean, they're crashing everything. They're destroying all the small businesses. They're, and then at the same time, martial law, surveillance grid. Now, KJ, I showed this in my videos. We're in Moscow now. Everyone needs to know this. In Moscow, you're going to have to use an app to contact the government to have permission to go get your groceries.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, they have full-on facial recognition, and China has already laid all this out. So China's kind of the model. So if you look at China, they've got the whole 5G thing laid out. They've got as many cameras, facial recognition cameras. In fact, they've got twice as many facial recognition cameras that they're installing as there are people. So you're talking billions of facial recognition cameras that they're putting everywhere. We are witnessing totalitarian of the most epic scale that has never, ever even been dreamt of. I'm horrified by what's going on.
Well, are you horrified? You're not going to start burning down those 5G towers, are you?
No, well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I understand the sentiment,
Me
but
too.
I
Me
could
too.
never, encourage acts of violence, especially
No.
doing the type of work that we do. That would get us in hot water real quick.
Oh
But
yeah.
I totally see. I mean, the 5G. If you look into all the studies that have been done, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of studies that have been done into microwave damage and EMF radiation and how deadly this stuff is and all the different things that it can do. And these aren't conspiracy theories. These are scientific journals. Hundreds and hundreds of these have been published, and governments have been studying these things for, I mean, like for the American government, they've been studying it way back, going back to World War II, that they've been studying the effects of this type of technology on people. So they know full well what this does, and they are laying this thing out. And this is unbelievable. It's like if you were to think of these 5G towers as like aliens coming and putting some horrible technology that's going to like, burn people's brains. Well, that's essentially what you're facing right now. And yet it's our governments that are doing this. And I don't know if you know this, KJ, but people are showing that the new $20 pound in the UK actually has the 5G tower with the waves coming out of it and the coronavirus symbol right above it.
And the waves are a rainbow.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I have. That's one of those weird things I found. I was going to show. I'll show everybody this week,
Yeah.
but connected with other things. Because here's another thing. Spoiler alert. Here's something I was going to show everybody. But so you know the whole story with Chet Hanks when he came out talking about
Yep.
his daddy getting COVID, right?
Yep.
And of course he has a huge Illuminati pyramid on his chest. So I started doing a little, tickling the ivories on the keyboard and just looking at old pictures of him and looking at the progression of his tattoos because he got the Illuminati tattoo last, the pyramid with the rays, and also around his neck he has "I am what I am," and "I am" is a name for God in the Bible. If you knew that or not,
Mm-hmm.
which is interesting. You put all that together, but then what's really crazy, if you do a close up on his chest, he had this other piece put in just before the Illuminati tattoo. He's literally got the medical symbol with the serpents going up the staff, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and then he's got three black. They look like viruses. They look like a COVID thing. It's like they look like black spiky little things.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
mean, I didn't see anyone else really talking about that stuff. Maybe it just kind of went by everybody, but I was taking a look at it, just another look, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? It's got the health thing there. Those look like viruses, and he's got the eye. Come on."
Yeah, I think you should probably make a video on that because maybe other people haven't spotted that.
Yeah, I
Um,
will.
there's unbelievable, people are they're you're seeing a lot of great work that's being done. There are tremendous people that are coming forth, so many good hardworking folks that are putting out tremendous amount of information and doing the best that they can to try to thwart what is going on. But this is a massive plan that they've had. I would estimate this goes back decades, the actual sort of virus type of fear programming. And I'm of the belief, I'm just going to say this to people, like, I know that there are a lot of real viruses and people do die regularly of respiratory illness and all that. But I believe that what we have here is a complete manipulation. I think that people going out and filming the hospitals, many of the doctors and nurses coming forward, so many witnesses saying there's nothing what they're saying. So I think we have a complete manipulation. And I think that they have, for the past few decades, going back, have been programming us all into this fear of the invisible enemy, this fear of the virus as being the major threat to humanity. And this was their ace in the hole. They know that if they built this specter up, that when they unleashed it, even though it's like the emperor has no clothes, that everyone would buy into it because everyone has been so heavily programmed, predictively programmed for so long into fearing. And you've had so many other theatrical sort of epidemics like the Ebola and
Oh yeah,
MERS
there,
and
there,
SARS.
there
Yeah.
was there's some great setup news stories through all of those. Remember that?
Yep. Yep. So I think they've set the table over the past few decades to program the masses into this terror of this fear, like the biggest fear being the virus, so that they can unleash this plot to take over the entire world. And I think that what we're facing right now is the possible extinction of most of humanity over the next decade. I don't know how rapidly they can lay it out, but I believe that what we see with the Georgia Guidestones, what we see with, Rockefeller and, Ted Turner and Bill Gates and Henry Kissinger and so many others that are in this illuminated circle, is that they've always wanted to massively depopulate the planet. It's always been their biggest obsession. And I believe that this is what's happening now, that this is all the time's up, tick-tock, doomsday clock, all this clock symbolism that they've been using for so long has all been counting down this event. And I think that we are all in grave danger. I hope that people take this as serious as you could take anything in your life. I mean, you all you have to do is go outside.
Jeff, on that, I'll ask this, because I know a lot of people out there are wondering, how do we fight it? And for the people out there wondering, well, what do we do? What do you tell them?
Well, first you have to. You can no longer be silent. There's no point in being polite at dinner table anymore. It's too late now, So everybody has to. Like, for one, I believe in dissemination of critical information, and there's so many good videos out there. I know. My friend Stranger Than Fiction just released an epic video today, which I mirrored on my backup channel, but compiles so much of what has already been presented. It's like a 2-hour sort of documentary. I think that, along with so many other things that yourself and myself and other people have done, all these things could be shared with people. The information, the scientific studies, the threats of 5G. I mean, 5G alone, nobody on planet Earth should be in favor of 5G. I mean, if you look at the scientific studies, it's a horror show. And it's like, wait a second, this is what they're carrying out while all of us are locked inside. And I don't believe the conspiracies, like I don't subscribe to the conspiracies necessarily that 5G is causing all these people to be sick. I think it's more that in the future, that's what's going to happen. But I think right now they have woven that diversion so that they can debunk it, so that people accept the whole 5G grid and think, oh, it's all been debunked. It's perfectly healthy and all that. But I think it's absolutely terrifying, because we have martial law that's being declared over and over again. Like every day that I do a show, there's a new country or a new province, like here in Canada, Alberta's declared martial law. Canada's on the verge of declaring martial law. We're on the verge of declaring martial law, the Emergencies Act. Great Britain's declared martial law. Already Italy and so many other countries, South Africa. Hungary is a dictatorship today. Hungary is a dictatorship. It's a 100%. You could be thrown in jail for 8 years if you break quarantine.
Oh, I haven't heard about Hungary yet. Well, and as we talk about this, the way I see it, it goes back to the videos I've made about this. It is about I believe, a crowning of their Antichrist, or the Antichrist, or that one world leader, right? And we all have our views. There's a lot of there've been a lot of talk out of Israel. I've seen news the last month or so. They're waiting on their Messiah, around this Passover and everything else, and we know their Messiah would be our Antichrist. So it would get very interesting, but we don't know how it's all going to play out, right? Exactly. I've got a lot of theories. I'm watching Obama. I'm watching Maitreya that looks like a Jesus. Who knows how it could all play out? Trump, in his own way, so much of this has fallen into place under his watch. Now, I don't think he was complicit. Some people may say he was. I really think that, if he is complicit, he's one of the best actors ever, and so is Nancy Pelosi and all these other fools, because I really think these people hate him. I do.
No, I think I disagree. I'm not saying, look, I believe Trump's, I think Trump's a puppet, so I don't think he has any say, and he's just there to play his role, and his role is just like a role in a movie, right? Where he is the misogynist, white privileged douchebag, racist, right? Yeah.
Chad.
He's got the terrible hair. He's got the orange painted face. He's instantly hated by half of America, and then he's worshipped by the other half, kind of thing. And he's just there to be the ultimate polarizer, because he's a perfect sort of rod of energy that can be, people's energy gets focused on him. Because, and I'm showing this today, like where, every day on Twitter, whatever's happening, half the people blame Trump and the other half the people say Trump is the hero, sort of thing. I mean, it's all controlled too, right? So it's not like when I say half the people, I mean like that's how it appears. That's how they've
Oh,
manipulated
it
it.
is. I mean, it's because that's that whole two-party system in America because it's a pendulum swinging. I was at the, I was working in Los Angeles, living in near Hollywood, and I was at a party with a bunch of everyone I knew, even my friends from film school, were all extremely liberal. I was always the
Yeah.
closet conservative because I was prior military. I've been in for 8 years before I went to college, but I was at a Greenpeace slash kind of Hollywood TV people, just all not TV on TV, but behind the scenes people, production people. I was at a big party with all these people, all of them liberals, like extreme liberals. The night Obama became president, and I mean, just the tears and the wailing, and then we finally done it, and all this other stuff. And I was just sick to my stomach. I had to leave early. I was like, oh my gosh, because I knew this guy was bad news. But it was the same thing. I mean, because there's like, there's half of America loved Obama and
They
worship. They
always,
they
yeah.
still do, and now we got Trump. The pendulum swings. Now we got the other side gets their hero.
But it's it's just the game they play. What is their color? Because the color of the New World Order, they have one major color that they use, and you'll see it in all the newscasts. You'll see it in all the broadcasts, all the anchors, the reporters. They're always wearing the color purple, and purple is the color of the New World Order. And purple represents when it comes to this as above so below on the spectrum of colors. Yellow is say 12 o'clock. Purple is 6 o'clock. Purple is the color of evil. This is the color of tyranny. It's the color of the monarchy. And it also is when you bring blue and red together, it makes purple. So when say for instance Trump had his inauguration, right? They had the big inauguration dinner. The Clintons show up. What color are they wearing? Purple, right? And that's to signify that it's all theatrics, that the whole game, Hillary, Trump, all the left, right it's all just make believe. It's all just bread and circus. It's all just theatrics to keep people focused on the things that they want them and keep them completely distracted from what they're doing. And they've done this forever. I mean, it's Edward Bernays 101. We have never had free will. We have never really had democracy. It's always been a sham. It's always been controlled by the shadow government of the world, the major players. And now it's all coming it's coming out. Like now it's almost undeniable for most people. Well, unfortunately, most people are still under mind control. But I just believe that these characters, the best way to think of them is kind of like Muppets, because if you think that they're there for you, you're completely deceived. Trump is as bad as anyone in the history of the United States in what he's bringing in. And just one example is the 2 5G bills that he signed, which are right now, they are in 180 days, they're laying out the entire 5G grid across America. And this is going to likely kill most people.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I caught a good clip. It's on my TV. I guess I'll film it with my camera, and then I'm going to try to maybe upload it. Maybe I'll put it on the website or something. But it was a Fox News. I had it on in the background. I know Fox News folks. All right, but whenever I see Trump, going up to talk or something, I'll usually go to Fox News to see that. I don't know why. I just do. I don't trust. And I know, KJ, you dupe. Fox News is just. I know they're just as bad too. I understand. I know that, but I'll take that over 98% of the leftist media in America. Which is obvious. It's everything was Orange Man bad. Everything is Orange Man bad. So at least on Fox, I can go there sometimes. But occasionally, I'll go there and I'll check that out to see what he's got to say or what he's got to deliver. And sorry, Jeff, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut in there.
Actually. No, not at all. You're not cutting in at all. And yeah, but, the Fox would definitely be. I mean, because they have to appeal to conservatism, and conservatism is rational for most human beings, because it's liberalism is really the sickness that they use as an instrument to destroy us all. And this is what most of America has been programmed into. But they do fully control both sides. Although if you're going to, for most of us, we're going to agree more with, say, Fox News than we are with CNN, right?
I'm sorry. Mine drifted there for a second. But what I meant to tell you is, as I was watching it was in the background, I think it was Mike Pompeo that was on. I'm pretty sure it was him. But he was talking about, and he said it real casually. He said something about a deal between South Korea, and maybe China that had to do with 5G.
Yeah.
And he said, but they didn't want it because they knew they were going to be using it for surveillance.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah. So
5G is the ultimate.
exactly.
It's the ultimate surveillance mixed with the ultimate radiation and the ultimate population control. And I mean, it is the worst. It is the beast system itself being unleashed on all of humanity. Anybody that looks into it and sees how horrible this stuff is and what its real purpose is realizes really quickly how evil this whole thing is. It's horrifying when you think about it, because it's like, the president of the United States is actually going forward full on while everything is locked down, while tens of millions of people are being laid off across the world. It's I think I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yeah.
AJ? Are you still there? Okay. Because it looked like you dropped out there for a sec.
No, sorry, man. I'm still here.
Okay, cool. So I mean, like, I've never been like a big, 5G type of channel exposing that thing, but as much as I looked into it, I've been absolutely horrified. And I've learned so much about how they've used radio waves and microwaves and electric magnetic frequencies to control populations. And it is undeniable that this stuff is absolutely toxic for all of humanity. And fast internet is the stupidest thing anyways, because most people would be way better off, just with your typical landline sort of internet connection, as long as you can listen to a show like this, right? And not have these microwaves pulsing through your body, you're going to be a much happier, healthier person. There's so many different ways that 5G affects us, from sleep to, headaches, migraines to, reproduction. And I mean, it's
right.
It's mind-boggling.
And if the 5G won't get you, the Wi-Fi in your house will.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi. So
I bought one of those things that you plug into the socket that's supposed to suck out the Wi-Fi. And have you heard of these things?
Yeah, I think so.
I hope it works. Yeah, I don't know. Folks, don't go buy one because I don't know if it works or not.
Yeah, you can get a EMF detector and stuff like that. They range in quality and in price, sort of thing, but they're quite widely available. If Amazon will still let you order them, because they're already starting to prevent people from ordering all kinds of items.
Yeah, that's been really crazy. I noticed that. I've also seen talk of drones, of course, of Amazon delivering. Of course, they want more drones in the sky. They want us to be used to drones because that's going to be a part of this finalized beast system. You'll have a fully integrated 5G that can monitor people that have the tag. And you'll have drones flying around, chasing people around out in the woods or trying to hide. And maybe you'll have some DARPA monster robots chasing after you as well out there. You know what I mean?
The Boston Dynamics, so with the drones, it's already happening. So it's already happening. California's already using them. New York State, New Jersey's using them. They're already all across Australia. The UK, of course the UK, Italy, Spain, they're all using the drones. And so and what the drones are going to be able to do is this is just starting now, and it's all going to be connected to the 5G, but the drones are able to identify you with the facial recognition. So they can identify you from far away too. We're talking like 120 meters with the tech that they have. They can also detect your body temperature and determine whether or not you have a fever. And so what they're going to do, this is what they're doing in China right now, and they're doing it in Italy, and they're doing it in other countries, is they're going, and I don't know if you heard this, KJ, so this is going to freak people out, all right?
Okay.
The director of The Who came out. I showed this, and it's astonishing. I just want people to sit, if you can, sit down while I tell you this, because you're going to be floored. The director of The Who came out this week and said basically that now that they've managed to control the masses of people in the cities and prevent people from gathering and use the police state and all that, the threat of the virus is now in all the homes. So The Who is saying that now we have to get into everybody's home to find the people who have the virus.
There it is. And the fact that, they've been pushing smart homes and smart neighborhoods so hard the last 5 years. It's another easy way for them to track you in your home as well.
Yeah. So you're going to have drones that are going to be, and again, Oh, okay. One of the really important things too. I've got so many different things, but this is okay. So what's going to happen is this in the near future. First of all, they've told us over and over again that the world will never go back to the same until everybody gets the vaccine. So I hope everybody realizes that Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci and so many others are saying that the only way that things will ever go back to normal, which they never will, is when everybody gets the vaccine. So they're basically saying everyone's getting the vaccines. Now, I've done a ton of work into vaccines, especially the more experimental nanotechnology vaccines on my Jeff C. Live channel. With my good friend Camille, we've done a lot of research into this, and it's absolutely terrifying. This is all connected to the 5G because you're going to have nanotech in these vaccines that's going to be activated by 5G and can target, cells within the body. This is all fact. This is not fiction. This is real stuff that they've been developing for the past 30 years or so. So they're going to have this, they're going to roll out the drones. You're going to see this everywhere. You're going to see it in your own neighborhood. You're going to start seeing, you're going to start going outside. You're going to go to the park. You're seeing all the parks are being taped up. You're going to have drones that are watching you, drones that are identifying you, drones, right? And then you're going to have this system. They're going to come in, they're going to say this. They're going to say, they've already laid it out, and they're saying, so Apple and Google and Co. have all gotten together, and they announced this earlier this week, and I've been all over it, which is this contact tracing. So what they're going to say to folks is, okay, we're going to let you kind of go back, whoever can still go back to work, because there's going to be hundreds of millions of people around the world out of work, their jobs, their businesses ruined. But those that are able to go back to work, but there's going to be a catch. You're going to have your smartphone. The smartphone's going to have an app on it, and the app is going to give you access, right? Based on whether or not you've gotten the proper vaccines, right? You've been approved by the government, and so they're going to use this contact tracing to watch every single human being. And Apple and Google have teamed up. They announced this yesterday, and it's all over the place, right? That they're teaming up to release these apps. Every country in the world is doing the exact same thing, where they're saying we have these apps and it's all contact tracing. So if you folks that are listening right now, you can do a search, use Google if you want, contact tracing, and you'll see. And they're going to say this is what they'll say. They'll say that, oh, don't worry, we really care about your privacy, so we're putting privacy safeguards on this. That's absolute nonsense. What they are implementing is a full grid global surveillance, and it's all going to be connected to the 5G and the drones and the police. The police are now going around, and they started this in China. I've been showing this, and now it's Italy, where the police are going to be equipped with visors with computers on them that are going to be able to determine, first and foremost, who you are, but also be able to, just like the drones, read your body temperature and determine whether or not you have any symptoms. And now the director of the WHO coming out saying, basically, they are saying that all governments now need to be able to go into people's homes to forcibly quarantine people. So we have a full-blown police state globally happening right before our eyes. It is out of this world. That's why I'm absolutely floored by what's going on.
Well, I'll tell you something else has been kind of strange for me, and it's thinking about the real world situation that could very well happen to every one of us. We could all be affected by this thing. And it's even biblical, where if families and friends and lovers start turning against each other, and it'll all be over this mark, right? Some people are going to want to take it so they can have peace and safety, of course, but they're going to want to be able to buy, sell, and trade. And then the rest of us that are wise to this and don't want to be part of that demonic hive mind are going to be hitting the woods, or something, or hiding out. It'll be interesting. And then there's the whole idea, will we be here? Will everyone be here? We don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
Not everyone's going to the future, says Madonna.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Madam Expiration. Yeah. She, she's one that knows as well. She's another one that I've got a weird little bit I want to put in this show this week. She was wearing a shirt with Lucifer on it and talking about Bill Gates recently. Mm-hmm. That was something kind of weird, but And also in another video, giving her support to Bill Gates. So, I've showed a lot of things on Madonna. I've done a few videos with her because she knows, she's up there with
Oh yeah.
what's the name of the lady that does the spirit cooking?
Well, there's Marina Abramovich.
There
Is
we
that
go.
it?
Abramovic. Yeah.
Yeah.
That I put Madonna up in that category as a high level witch. And
Oh
I
yeah.
believe that, right? And she knows what's coming and what they want. She showed it in that, in a Eurovision. I did a video
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
what they really told us. And that's what they want. They want nuclear destruction. They want the Phoenix to rise. They want
Yeah.
all this destruction to come. And then they want the Phoenix to rise, which would be their system.
Yes, exactly.
They even showed that in American Horror Story that
Oh
Satanists
yeah, yeah.
caused a nuclear holocaust, and they were all hiding in bunkers so they could take over with the Antichrist.
Yeah, the and one thing I wanted to elaborate on was what you mentioned about people tattletaling and stuff like that. I've shown this in my videos on my channel, where all the governments are asking the people to rat on their neighbors, and you had the mayor of Los Angeles, Garcetti, and he came out and he said, there's always this thing about snitches, but now snitches get rewards, and that we want you to snitch on your neighbors. And I showed in my video how all over the world, the governments are encouraging people to rat out their neighbors for breaking quarantine. It's out of this world. Like, and breaking quarantine is like equals like going out and playing softball with your daughter.
Oh yeah,
Right.
it's become so common. It's become a meme. They're calling these people Karens. Have you heard
Yeah.
this?
Or
Yeah, it's like
COVIDiots as well.
they're COVIDiots and
Yeah.
Karens. Another Karen called in on somebody, but yeah, I saw a couple of videos this week of that of a Karens, calling in on teenagers hugging in a park and stuff like this. And but I mentioned this in the show last night. I might need to do a video on this or something, but and you see this as well. You've been talking about it without putting it in the term I'm about to put it in, but what we're seeing is we really are seeing them literally put in the final bars, of
Yep.
this prison planet, this beast system. Everything's falling into place they're going to need for the mark of the beast and the tracking and the this and the that. It's all there. The mass graves are being built right now. They're saying it's for
Yep.
the patients, and we know there's no patients in the hospital. So who are they for? So they're setting everything up. The Trump or the wall, perhaps it really was for us all along. It's another thing you got to wonder about.
Yeah.
So but we're seeing it. So whether it's, and I know that not everybody in Washington perceives it as this or wants this to, I don't believe everybody
Yeah,
in
yeah,
there is
I
evil.
agree.
I know God's got good people everywhere,
Yeah.
but the main people pulling the strings, it is a swamp, as they say, and it's been evil for a very long time. So,
Well,
this is what they want.
They control enough people at this point in time, and enough corporations, and enough academics, and enough, of the medical industry, and enough. I mean, like they it's just over the past 100 years, this New World Order has just
Yeah.
taken over with their secret societies, and they managed to take control of all the key industries. And so this is why we're in this situation right now, and they're very confident that there's no stopping what they're going to do. They're very confident.
And we know that in the end they have a hard truth coming. We know in the end the good wins. I mean, I just want to put that out there so people remember. In the end, good wins, because this isn't about Republicans and Democrats and globalists and nationalists and all this. It really is. This is God devil stuff. This is end of time. This is end of world type stuff. This is the way I see it, and it's how I perceived it for over 10 years since I started in this. I've always seen it as these are Satanists that run the government and in Hollywood from behind the scenes, and they fall into lots of different categories. Yes, there's lots of the tribe, if you will. There's that. There's also lots of Jesuits. There's all this mix of all these people, but they all have a common goal of that one world order system. Their Antichrist can be crowned, and they want to have control. They think they'll win, and they are going to win for a little while. It does say that the people that are left that aren't going to take the mark, you're going to hide, but I also think that'll be a time of miracles. Even, if you believe in God and you have the Lord, I believe, and have Christ, that's going to be a time of some miracles, because people will be like, what about my diabetic medication? Stuff like that. I don't think that's going to matter anymore. If we're at that point where the Antichrist is literally running the world and people are taking the marks and turning into zombies, it's going to be a torturous wound, I think, or there's a term for the wound they'll have also. And they're going to want to die, but they won't be able to. So these people will be zombies, the way I see it as well. Go ahead.
Do you remember that Maserati commercial? I think we all covered it back in 2014.
Man, was that the one with the nukes, the missiles coming out, and the devil was the guy? Or maybe I'm wrong. Which one are
No,
you
no,
talking
actually,
about?
I remember that one too. I wasn't thinking of
Yeah,
that
that was
one,
the
but
Jonathan Kleck one. That was a really good
yeah.
one too. But go ahead.
No, the one with the little black boy in it, and they show the waves in the beginning, and they said, the world is full of giants, and we have been.
Oh yeah, and then we strike. Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I showed that recently in a video because of all the wave sort of symbolism that they're using. And so yeah, basically in that Maserati commercial, this all this stuff that KJ and I covered, like we've been doing this work for so long, and like do you remember the ARP commercial, which the AARP commercial that came out in late 2014, in which
I'm not sure.
it's a commercial. So AARP is like some old age sort of government help website
Mm-hmm.
organization, right? And it's part of the White House. But they put out this commercial in which a mother was drying her hair's daughter as she got out of the bathtub, right? So she's going to take care of her daughter, and she's drying her hair with a towel sort of thing. And it's like a sweet little scene, and then it flips 30, 40 years in the future, and it's the roles are reversed. It's the daughter that's drying the old mother, her mother coming out of the
Yeah.
bathtub, and the AARP commercial saying, we care about our people, and we know how important it is for your loved ones to get the most dignity and comfort. Well, the thing is, in the background, while that commercial was being shown, they had a television that was playing. And on the television, so I have this on my channel on Jeff Censored if people want to
Oh, keep
check it out.
going. I remember, but go ahead and tell the
Yeah, the
people.
commercial, it was so horrifying because it wasn't a commercial. It was so you have that whole I mean you have that whole scenario playing out in that commercial, but what was playing on the television while the mother was drying her daughter's hair was this announcement from the government that martial law has been declared. The government's encouraging, or the government's saying everyone to lock their doors and bolt their windows. And, the president has declared martial law, and the authorities are doing everything they can to control the outbreak.
Mm-hmm. And I remember shortly after that came out, everybody jumped the gun saying it was about Jade Helm. I remember there's a
Yes,
lot of
yes,
videos coming out. This is it, guys. They told us they're
yes,
coming. It's predictive
yes.
programming. And of course, they were wrong. Many years later, now we
But
have an actual outbreak. I mean, go ahead.
yeah, but Jade Helm was the training for this.
Yeah, I'd mentioned that in a show maybe a month ago, and I asked the audience, and I think some people sent me a few links, but I asked the people, do you know of any connection we can make a direct connection between Jade Helm operation and what's happening with COVID?
Yeah,
Do
you
you?
can
Do
because
you? Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
absolutely, 100%. Because what was Jade Helm training? You remember exactly what it was?
Um, I don't remember every. It was they were installing something had to do with the computers, right? Like
It
tracking
was
everybody through the internet or something, or artificial
yeah,
intelligence.
there was that, but it was mostly it was an operation to conduct large scale military operations within American cities.
Okay, right, right.
So the whole thing was carried out in American cities and towns, and it was training for a mass event that would happen in which they would have to take control, declare martial law, and have soldiers break into homes and do urban warfare basically in American towns. Like it was, that's why it was so disturbing when it all was, and people thinking about me. I believe Jade Helm was 2014
I think you're right, and I also remember some video
or
coming out.
2015. Uh,
Yeah, you're in that area, but I remember
yeah.
some videos coming out of some of the training they were doing in suburban areas throughout America. And the people that they were holding off were Americans holding signs like, "We're hungry. We need food. We need food." I thought that was interesting too. They're setting that up. They're
Yeah,
going to have to
I can
eventually fight, against the people.
I can read it out here. The joint exercise and realistic military training known as Jane Helm was sponsored by the United States Special Operations Command, so USOCOM and SOCOM, and involved the United States Army Special Operations Command, the Joint Special Operations Command, and other U.S. military units in multiple states, including Texas, Arizona, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, New Mexico, Utah, and others, and its stated purpose was to improve Special Operations Forces capability as part of the national security strategy. And it was coordinated and led from the Elgin Air Force Base and the Air Force Material Command Base in northern Florida. So they were mostly Navy SEALs and Green Berets that were used, and special ops forces. So when we think about it, because I told you before, we probably should locate this clip and play it for the folks, where the director of the WHO is saying, he's a big Irish guy, and he's saying basically the threat now remains in everyone's homes, and the governments now need to go into everyone's homes. So what they're doing, and they're doing this, they started in China, and they're doing it in South Korea, and they're doing it in Italy, is going home to home, forcing everybody to be tested and checking to make sure. And this is, I mean, it's so egregious what is being said, that they're going to forcibly quarantine people. And this all ties into what I was saying about the contact tracing. So, folks, the contact tracing that Apple, Google, and all around the world, every country that's involved in this operation, which is pretty much the entire world, is doing the exact same thing, where they're releasing these apps. And so in the future, when they finally ease up a little bit, and they allow us to do a little bit of normalcy, and some people to go back to work, albeit with restrictions and prerequisites, they're going to be able to track every single human being on the planet. And they're saying this, and I showed this in articles, and there are gazillions of articles all over the internet on this contact training. They're saying that you might get a notice, KJ, saying, excuse me, KJ Osborne, this is the government. We have determined that you were in a shopping mall, say last Tuesday at 2:30 in the afternoon. Somebody there has tested positive for COVID. Therefore, we demand that you be quarantined right now, sort of thing, and they could come and get you, basically.
Oh yeah, I mean it's so clear that they're putting all this in place. Even with Bill Gates talking about the digital tattoo, and you mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
That goes back to Regina Dugan, remember? And she was former DARPA, which is creating the monster robots. They're going to come kick your door down. And I've shown videos of that too, that they have these robots that can crawl upstairs and open doors. So Regina Dugan working with DARPA, then she moved to become a CEO at Google. And then she did it wasn't a TED Talk, but it was something similar. And she's talking to a bunch of people about in the next 5 years or so. This is back in 2015 or so. She said in the next 4 or 5 years, we're going to have these digital tattoo type things that you'll put on your skin, and you'll take a pill, which will authenticate you to the internet, and you'll be able to do things, right? Like you'll have superpowers, they called it. Everyone's going to have superpowers. And, you know, I talk about predictive programming. You've seen all these TV shows and movies. There's even another one on Netflix called I Hate Something's Not Right Here or something, but it's about a young girl having superpowers, all this superpower programming, especially for the young people, and superheroes. So of course, I think they will, you know, maybe sell it like that as well as a possibility, you know?
Yeah. Well, I always talk about how anybody can search this right now. Your jaw will hit the floor, that vulnerability is strength, right? That is like, if you put...
Jeff, I'm sorry. Can you hold that thought? I meant to say something earlier. I forgot about it. It's just something random I wanted to share. Hey guys, here's something kind of creepy you can, if you want to do this. Hey, you guys want to do something creepy? You know? It's something I noticed the other night. There was this trend going on, and there was a conspiracy forum I was in. They're talking about on TV. They kept seeing the message, "We are here with you." And then they were, you know, is it the aliens? Is it Q? And then you find out later it's just an ad campaign for different networks telling the people, you know, we're here with you through C19.
Yes, I saw that.
But here's the weird part. If you put in "we are here with you" in the internet or in Google, the top search will be your address. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, guys, I found this out the hard way. So I'm not telling you to do it. Yeah. Maybe go to a friend's house or something, you know, but if you put in Google, "we are here with you," the top search is going to be your address, or very close to it.
Yeah.
It's creepy. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I had to throw that in there.
No. Okay. So, superpowers. Okay. So everybody is being programmed, mostly in suspended state of childhood with all the Marvel and Star Wars and everything else, right? My Little Pony bronies, people that go to the cosplay conventions, you know, all these adults acting like children. This is all because they've lowered the average IQ using the electromagnetic frequencies, the fluoride and everything else, and all the toxins they put in our foods. But they've been programming people into the worship of superheroes and this belief in superpowers. So it's like the youth are programmed into the LGBTQWXYZ, right? The rainbow sort of eugenics of the New World Order, where the coolest people in the school are the people that are gay or are transgender or are non-binary or whatever else, right? Identifying as the most bizarre things, trans species and everything else. They've established throughout all these schools just around the world this gay straight alliance sort of clubs that the parents have no access to and no knowledge about. So they've been programming the youth into narcissism, nihilism, degeneracy, obviously drugs and alcohol and everything else. But the whole superpower thing, like the New Mutants, the X-Men. So the X-Men series is all about the LGBT essentially, and that's why they got Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart, who always make out with each other.
Well, it's also because the Bryan Singer, the director, is a well-known homosexual in Hollywood. Yes. And I did a video called something about the gay mafia. That was back in 2013 or 14. And I talked a lot about stories that were leaking about Bryan Singer and how degenerate that guy was. But yeah, he's one of those that's definitely used a lot of people and, skipped by a lot of lawsuits. But he said that the whole X-Men series was all about coming out. It was all about that. Yeah.
So, okay, so the kids are, the kids, the adults too, are all being programmed into this worship of superheroes. All the superheroes, and if you think of them, they're all billionaires, right? And you think, well, who are the superheroes? Well, you think Bruce Wayne, well, he's a billionaire. You think Tony Stark, well, he's a billionaire. You think Rex, whatever the guy, the stretch guy, he's a billionaire. They're all the richest. They're the Elon Musk. They're the Robert Downey Jr. type characters. They want you to worship the elite. Same with Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, what is it? It's all the power families. They've always controlled the power. They always will. They even laugh at the end of Game of Thrones on the final episode when the fat character there suggests that we let democracy reign, and they all laughed, and that's never going to happen, sort of thing. So this worship of superheroes feeds into this whole vulnerability of strength. So you see with Greta, right?
Greta, you gotta love Greta.
The Greta World Order, the creature.
And it's just so, to me, infuriating when anytime they mess with kids and the little ones, or when they're pulling that kid's strings, because we know she's got a disorder, and
several.
It's obvious. Yeah.
But are they disorders, KJ?
I don't know. What do you think? I mean,
what do they say? They say this. If you want to check this, Greta's superpowers.
Oh boy.
So her autism, her Asperger's, her obsessive compulsive disorder, and her selective mutism are superpowers. And that's how they sell it through the media. And they do this through everything. So
well, you remember, didn't they do an animated movie a while back, and it was every character was an emotion? Did you ever see that?
No, I don't think so.
There's an animated children's film, and every character was an emotion, like sadness, depression, and all this.
Oh boy.
And the main character was a depressed child, I believe. Guys in the chat, y'all could let me know what it is. But even that, I was like, are you kidding? And when I was watching some of that, it just felt like programming, because, own your, your depression, own your sadness, own all these issues. And you see this with the TLC is really bad about it, the Learning Channel in America.
It's all Disney.
Well, is it? I'm not surprised.
It is Disney. No, it is. It is.
But it's also degenerate, and it all just focuses on, it's no offense to the big people out there, but it's all, it's a short people, it's 600-pound people, it's popping pimples off your back, it's gross stuff, it's, it's a lot of trans stuff and all this, and it's just total social engineering for the society.
It's vulnerability is strength. And so, like the normalization of obesity, for instance, Tess Holliday is a great example, where a woman who's nearly 600 pounds is a supermodel. And all of these things are toxic for people. Like vulnerability could never equal strength. It's the antithesis of strength. It is as above, so below, right? So strength would be 12 o'clock, vulnerability would be 6 o'clock, sort of thing. It's the polar opposite, but they flip it. and they say vulnerability is strength. They do this with everything because they're so diabolical. I mean, they're beyond evil. I mean, as evil as you might think they are, times that by 1,000, and maybe you're in the ballpark sort of thing. So they have been using this type of mentality, programming the youth into narcissism, nihilism, vulnerability, degeneracy, sexual addiction, but not heterosexual, right? They've been eradicating. The family has been completely eradicated over the past few decades, right?
And
Yeah.
and if people want to go deeper, we can even pull all this back to Kinsey and even Crowley, right?
Yeah, and we talked about that, like I think on the last show, where we're talking about Alfred Kinsey and the whole American sexual revolution and what it's really about, right? And how this is all a deconstruction of the family, and it's using, that's why porn is everywhere, right? And it's promoted by all the, the leftist media, you could say, for sure. It's crazy what's going on, because they know that if they, like, so the youth now are being used as a weapon. So the Extinction Rebellion is an excellent example of this. Greta and the Extinction Rebellion, all the youths that hate the boomers, they hate the other generations because they blame them for the situation of the earth, which is a complete lie anyways, because the earth is perfectly fine. But they want you to believe that the other generations have doomed the youth. So they've turned the youth into this massive mob of people that can be used as a weapon to deconstruct our society further. And so the use of the superheroes, and you see all the programming that goes, all your superhero movies are New World Order to the core. They might on the surface seem, oh, we root for the good guys, and, it's all about heroism and stuff like that. But if you dig underneath and you see all the themes that are being presented, it actually is a complete deconstruction of American family life and the virtues of just regular heterosexual sort of humanity, right? Monogamy.
Look at Thanos. You can connect Thanos to C-19. You know how, right?
Yeah. No, tell me, please.
Depopulation. He thought it was the right thing to do, that get rid of half of humanity, and then
C-19. I have to refresh.
Oh, the crown virus. Sorry, COVID-19.
Okay. Yes. Sorry.
Yes. No, but I'm careful of saying it because I don't want all those dumb tags underneath my video, with coronavirus information here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Thanos, and I did a lot of videos on this on one of my channel called Supreme Lord Commander, where I kind of do the entertainment breakdown. But the Marvel movies, when the Avengers movies came out, and Thanos said he's going to get rid of half of the population of the universe in order to save the universe, right? Because that was the whole thing. Well, if you looked back then when those movies came out, there were gazillions of articles saying, was Thanos right? Is he right? And Thanos, of course, what color is Thanos?
Purple.
Exactly. So Thanos, in many ways, and he wears a crown kind of thing, right, on his head. So you think so he represents the New World Order itself, and he is actually the main character in those movies. He's very charismatic, right?
He's likable. They made him likable.
Exactly.
And the gemstones, I think, match up with the Eastern of the East of the Order of the Eastern Star colors as well. That's another.
Yeah, exactly. And the Kabbalah and all that, right? It's and the rainbow as well. I mean, it's all there. Everything is coded. So all your movies, I'm sorry to say this. I'm not saying you shouldn't watch anything, but you have to understand the people that run this New World Order do not like us, and they don't want us on this planet anymore. And they're coming up with massive ways to depopulate us, and it's all coded within their movies and their films and their music videos. I mean, why do you think all the music videos that YouTube has been promoting are all satanic, right? I mean, every day they're putting satanic videos, and they're putting, chaos and destruction, and the Joker. Again, a lot of people think the Joker is like made for cool people, and it's deep sort of, It's not. It's evil. It's the clown world.
The incel too. Yeah, he's the incel. He's the cuck. He appeals. Like you said, there's a whole generation. I've talked about this recently, and I blame a lot of it in America on the education system under Obama, because they really pushed Common Core. It became very Marxist, very government oriented. More focus on government, more focus on agenda. 5 pages on Martin Luther King Jr., half a page on Washington. You get what I mean, stuff like
Yeah.
that. So little indoctrination centers. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. I mean, it's never what it seems to be, and it's like now the difference is like older generations. And the further you go back, it's like the media. You go back to like even William Randolph Hearst. You go back to 1950s. There were 500 media corporations. Now there's 5, and they all meet in secret. They all partake in the Bilderberg Group, and they are a 110% New World Order. These corporations now have complete control. And like, look at Disney. Like, you've seen that diagram of Disney with the ears, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like all the different affiliations and things that they control. And
oh yeah, they own Fox News now.
Fox News, ABC News, they own, and it's like what? They own Fox News and they own ABC News. Isn't that interesting?
Yep.
They own National Geographic, they own Star Wars, they own Marvel, they own, they own ESPN.
That's why Fox News changed really fast right after that. They hired Donna Brazile, who used to work for Obama. More and more of their people started falling under scrutiny and scandal and having to go away. Bill O'Reilly, some of the other folks there, and the rest of them get attacked all the time. Hannity and I don't know the other guys, but there's a few big wigs there. Tucker Carlson. What do you think about Tucker Carlson, man? He used to be with CNN. He started off with CNN.
They're all
years
stinks. He'll say some things that will appeal to conservatives, but he is all part of this New World Order. He's a deceiver. They all are, and there is no, like, if you can go to Fox will give you some nuggets because they have to keep you coming back, but there
is some truth, yes, and I'm with you.
They are part of this, and like Alex Jones too, right? Alex Jones will give you some truths too.
Yes, and and that's why I say, and I'll just throw this out there because I'm not saying you are, but I know people in the community can be. I'm not into this black and white thing where Alex Jones is a shill. I'll never watch anything he says. I still go to InfoWars. I still listen to some of the stuff. And it's like, 35, 40% I'll like. And then I'll go look it up myself. And then sometimes I'll talk about it in my news show or I'll do a video on it. Yep. I mean, but it's all about discernment, logic, reason, common sense, critical thinking. I mean, this really is the time. I always say that we have to use all of these facilities. I last night kept telling people, we really have to just calm down. I seen someone left a comment about, calm down while they're closing in on us and the walls are caving in and all this. It's like, yes, calm down. Now, I don't know what people have been. I was in the military 8 years. I never saw war, but I saw basically prison. I was in the worst unit you could be in the Coast Guard. I chose it. I wanted to get real far away from America, the Midwest in America. So I went to Alaska on a buoy tender in Kodiak Island, Alaska for 2 years. I worked in the Bering Sea, toughest seas around.
Wow.
People die all the time. We built shore aids for navigation, and we worked on buoys. It was construction. I mean, fist fights, and it was just 52 men on a 180-foot boat, and just nothing but just mean, nasty most of the time. I've got a couple friends I'm still friends with that I met on that boat, brothers for life. But that was prison. That was hell. Boot camp was nothing. Boot camp had nothing on that. I mean, the cook, he was a drunk. He was drunk every day, and just this is everyday type thing he'd do. You're in line and you're trying to get your food. He'd look at you. He'd grab the little rag that he used to wipe all the food off the sides of the plates and stuff, and he'd throw it. He threw it right in my face one day, slapped me right in the face with it.
Wow.
And it slowly fell off with gravy and all this stuff all over my face, all over my uniform. And I couldn't do squat about it because he outranked me.
Yeah, that's just nasty. Well, you've at least had those hard experiences.
Exactly.
You know what it's like. Obviously the military is about as tough as it gets, sort of thing, when it comes to how physically challenging you can go through, sort of thing.
And it's mind control. Boot camp is based on mind control. Yeah. It's stripping you away and making you a new person. So I look back on stuff like that. I look back on everything. I was a bounty hunter for 2 years. I had a heart attack 2 years ago. I mean, I've been through some stuff.
Yeah, you've been through it, man.
But maybe that's why I've got the attitude I do about not wigging out, not freaking out. We have to just be cool, because we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. I believe faith is a huge factor. I believe we really have to lean on our Heavenly Father, on our own relationship with Him through Christ. I believe that's what I do. I really use that as my personal anchor, but I'm not lazy about it. I'm not one that just says, I'll pray it off, grab me a beer. It's not like that. I put my life and my faith into action as well. It's why I do what I do for so long, but even in the real world outside of this, I do. My point is, that's what it's all leading up to. You're going to freak out and wig out, I believe, if you don't have some kind of an anchor like that. My anchor is in Christ, but if you don't have something like that solid to hold on to, these are the days you'll get blown away,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I do agree. And I think, I was in the military too, by the way. But
Jeff, no way.
yeah.
Wait, I want to hear just a little bit.
Oh, well, I mean, it's what we used to do when we were young. We challenged ourselves, and that was like the toughest thing that you could do is go in the military, right? So, and
Good for
you're a
you.
tough guy sort of thing, right? You're like, I want to challenge sort of thing. I used to play rugby and ice hockey and football and everything. So,
Really?
yeah. So I
Learning new
was
things
always
about you.
challenge, and I hate, well, I mean, I had great friends in the military, but it was also horrible at the same
Oh
time. But
yeah, I hated my bosses. Don't get me wrong.
yeah, the reality is though is now they're making people into marshmallows, and this is a big problem because that's what they want. And so when I mentioned that before about that commercial about now we strike, we wait until they're sleepy and they're fat and all that, right? And they're and then we strike, and that's what they've done is that they have weakened most of humanity. So what I was saying before about the whole worship of superheroes and the vulnerability of strength is the massive mind control of the masses. I'm not talking about the good people listening to the show, but I'm saying the people that aren't awake to what's going on and how soft and sensitive that they've made most of these people purposely. Because what happens is if you try to approach these people and you try to shake them out of their paradigm, it's so threatening, right? It's like, I don't want to hear that my television is there to hurt me. I'm so addicted. I watch it every day. I don't want to hear that my video games are programming my brain. I don't want to hear that porn is not good for me, or that my governments are run by puppets and there's some evil new world order that's trying to kill us all off. They don't want to hear this stuff because they've been so heavily programmed into this soft, sensitive, weak, marshmallow-like existence. And they depend so, like, one of the things too is like the internet too. A lot of people would have trouble living without it. I think most people on the planet, if you could like live away from technology for a period of time, you would realize, and especially if you could be outside somewhere beautiful in nature, like you were in Kodiak Island, for instance, right? Just
Yeah.
the being out with the fresh air and the nature and all that would revitalize you as a human being and make you into something much stronger. But that's what they deprive us of. So they want us, and this is the whole, Agenda 21, which is, getting away everybody from all beautiful areas, from coastal regions, from forests, from mountains, from, and moving everybody into these mega cities, having everybody live in these little sewer tubes until they can kill us off, and having everybody hooked up to the 5G and having all the toxic chemicals going through our system and just ruining us. That's what they're doing to us. So if you fall into that beast system, and you're oblivious to it, then by definition you're going to be weak. By definition you're going to be obese. By definition, because you will be that way because that's what it does to people. So the new world order, like just Disney, all these things, even the sports, like the sports is just awful for this. I can't watch professional sports at all.
I can't either. I'm so glad it shut down. Now my people, elements of my family would kill me for that, but guys, there's people in my family that are sports fanatics. But man, I'm with you. I played in high school. I played football. I wrestled. I was in track. But even back then, me and my best friend back then, who I'm still friends with now, we set up a perfect plan we did all through the last 3 years of high school where we were always a strong B team. We were never A team. We did this on purpose because we hardly ever had to actually go out and play, but we got to go like get out of school early for all the events and hang out with the cheerleaders. We had all the benefits, all the parties. We could do all the cool stuff, but we never really had to play because neither one of us really liked to play that much. So we always made sure we were kind of B team on everything. I was a defensive end in football for like 2 years.
Nice.
But but I was never, it just wasn't my thing. I did Taekwondo for many years, and that was the thing I loved. Yeah, that was something I really loved. And I've said before to some friends that I do watch UFC fights still.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah.
But man, if I was like 20, 25 years younger, I'd be getting into UFC. I'd be training as a young person and getting ready. And, I'd love to like be tested in the octagon. I know some people aren't going to like to hear that, but maybe that's just the dude side of me. And it's all love. You're not killing anybody, but just getting in there with some gloves on and just really trying. I mean, I'm too old now, but I think as a kid, I think I would have liked, because I loved wrestling.
I wouldn't mind doing like the first couple UFCs where it was like bar brawlers and shit.
Man, I don't know if I could do that. Yeah, they didn't even wear gloves back then. It got ugly.
Yeah, no, I when I was a teen, I watched the original, with the second UFC. I saw it live on television, so I mean,
Okay,
that's how long
wow.
I've been watching it, sort of thing. But yeah, it's all controlled by the beast, though. It's
It
all the
really
same.
is.
Yeah,
in
it's
an
all the same.
octagon.
It still
Yeah.
is like, I think martial arts is terrific for people because it's discipline. And these types of discipline, it's like learning an instrument or mastering something, like mastering carpentry or painting or something like that. These are things that make you much better as human beings because they give you focus, and you learn to sacrifice, and you learn to get, that you have to expend so much effort and energy, and you have to learn so much. These are the disciplines that make people into strong people. This is everything. It's the antithesis of what they do with kids today. Like they're bringing in the brain chips. I mean, that of course is coming. It's already, all of this stuff is coming, right? With the
Hey, I'm looking for the connection between Neuralink, Elon Musk and Bill
Yep.
Gates. I've been waiting for that news. Do you
It's
know
all there.
anything, or have you seen anything
Yeah,
yet?
yeah. They're
What do you got?
Bill Gates and Elon Musk are on the same. They're all part of this. The whole. They've got the entire thing mapped out. Like we've got
You
I'm
got
sure
the whole world in their hands.
they've got it all mapped out. They've got the whole thing mapped out. It doesn't mean they're not going to change things here and there, but they've got it all mapped out. So I believe that they're going to, like, the as I said, the first step going forward, and this will be already implemented. It's already happening in South Korea and Italy and other places, is the apps on the phone. So it's like, you want to, just like I said with Moscow, you want to go get groceries, you got to go to your app. You have to contact the government. Government's going to say you can go at such and such a time to such and such a place, and then you'll be able to go and you'll get clearance to go into the place if you've had your vaccines and you've had, you have the app and all that sort of thing. And that's the first step that they're going to do. Then they're going to bring in the Bill Gates tattoos, without a doubt, right? That, are extremely disturbing. The ID 2020s.
And we'll see, because that one again, I mean, Jeff, it's just like them locking down the planet. It was the first time in history, right?
Yeah.
If we get to a point where they come up with something that they are going to make mandatory for every citizen of the planet, to have inserted into them, or somehow change their physiology, or whatever this is, I mean, that's huge. This is major game changer. I mean, we know this, obviously.
They're doing it though. They're
right.
Like, make no mistake. I mean, it doesn't mean it can't be stopped, and it doesn't mean that there won't be massive resistance. And I'm sure they anticipate that. But they are definitely going to do this. Like, by hook or by crook, they are going to do. They have this all planned out, and they've had it planned out for a long time. And so this is, and then the next step after that is probably going to be the brain chips, right? You're going to have, the Neuralink, as you said, with Elon Musk, where, and they're already doing this. They're starting. Also, the euthanasia is very important as well, where they're normalizing the killing of elderly people. They've done this massively with the whole Corona thing, right?
Where that's another one where they've been testing the waters during this event. Like I said, I want to make a video on how much of the final beast system they're hinting at throughout this whole thing. They're slowly putting it in place. But I've seen a lot of stories about that, about different places around the world. I think Italy was the first story I heard, where they were basically saying if you're over 60 or 65, don't even bother coming in.
They're not even going to put you on a respirator, sort of thing. And I believe that's just or that's just language that they put out to get people accustomed to, no, we're going to have to let the elder people die, because they'll hit us with wave after wave. Now, say over the next 2 months, the whole 5G thing is laid out in urban America, and then it's going to be laid out in rural America at the same time, but it's going to take longer. But the whole thing is going to be laid out. And with the 5G, they can fry you from the inside, especially with all the metals that you already have in your body that they're putting into our foods and whatnot, and the vaccines themselves. So, we're going to have a near future where they can just make people, they can already do this to a certain extent. They can make people sick at will, sort of thing. If you're troublesome or whatever, they identify you. But they're also getting us accustomed to death of the elderly. Now, there's a film corporation called A24, and they did the film there, Midsummer. I'm pretty sure you've seen that, right, KJ?
Midsummer, the movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's another one where again it said that conditioning of that'll be an element of their religion, this final religion where all is one. Because we've seen the Pope intermixing with a lot of Mother Earth worship and stuff like this, a lot of pagan, early pagan type religious stuff, rituals and whatnot.
Yep.
And midsummer, yeah, that'll all be a part of it. Human sacrifice, sacrifices for the greater good, and
Yeah. Do you remember when the elderly sacrificed themselves?
yes,
So at like 72 years old in the film, it's not really spoiling anything, so it happens fairly early in the film. This is a pagan sort of Swedish. I think is it Swedish? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Swedish.
I think
Pagan,
so. Yeah.
yeah, Swedish sort of, and totally Agenda 21 too. The whole commune itself is very in tune with nature, and it's just a very Agenda 21, a massive.
Mhm.
There's no real family nucleus. It's just a huge family, right? And they bring in foreigners, like they bring in immigrants to breed with, and then they kill them off and eat them and stuff like that, or use them in rituals. But yeah, they have the Atastupa there, which is the ceremony where the elderly kill themselves because it's too much of a burden to the youth. And this is something that they're pushing into everything. You had the Norwegian scientists come out last year and say, maybe we should start eating the elderly. You remember that?
Oh, that's a new one on me. Now I know.
You didn't know?
I know within the last year, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
I know in the last year there's a company that opened that is taking dead bodies. You can sign up for it, and they'll put you into the ground and fertilize you and all this and grow trees out of you and stuff. So yeah,
Yes,
so
and
I know
that's Druidism, right? That
yes,
growing the
right,
trees. Yeah,
the
yeah.
exact same thing.
Yeah, and so there was this is quite it was, I mean, you could search this, which is Norwegian scientist says that we should start eating the elderly. And this was not long after you had the character there say, we got to eat the babies. We got to eat the babies to save the planet. You remember that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all around the same time, where you have the odds above, so below, we got to eat, one guy saying we got to eat the elderly. Then you got the other person saying you got to eat the babies. And then you had Marina Abramovich, which you know very well, right? All the cannibalistic cafes and all the celebrities partaking in cannibalism all the time. And then of course this all feeds into the film Soylent Green, right? And Soylent, have you seen that one, KJ?
Oh yeah, that's a classic. I even put a little clip of it in my movie. But it's important. I mean, it's that's one of those. See, that's another example you can always use when people will say. Some people I'll see in comments that everything in Hollywood's evil. And it's like, no, man. There have been some almost prophetic films come out of there, and I know they were made out, mostly by people that were being moved by the hand of God, if you will, as opposed to the hand of Satan. Because it's even like Black Mirror. I question sometimes. I don't know if Charlie Booker is one of the good guys trying to warn everybody and tell them what's about to come, or if he's part of the problem and part of the program and just getting people ready in that sense. A revelation of the method.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I would say that Soylent Green is made by evil people. The book itself, and then the movie, and I believe it's all tied to 100% to Agenda 21. And what happens in the movie is that there's massive overpopulation, and the algae or whatever in the sea is all died off, right? The microplankton. Oh, it's the plankton. Sorry, the algae, the microplankton, right? The most basic form of food on the planet for like the whole ecosystem depends on it, and it's because of global warming. So this is a movie that came out in the 70s, folks, because of global warming. And now you have massive overpopulation, and massive overpopulation has led to massive communism for all of humanity except for an elite class. And the elite class live like kings, right? Everybody else eats Soylent Green, and Soylent Green, of course, is made from people. So it's, and there is, do you know that there's a product called Soylent?
Now, As I was kind of thinking about that, I was trying in my head the whole time. I've been trying to think of the stories I know that relate to this. I feel I may have seen something, but I didn't know. Please tell me. I wasn't
Yeah, there's
sure.
a corporation out of Israel, and they produce this thing called Soylent. And it's a meal supplement, and in fact, it has very toxic ingredients in it, including cadmium and lead, and it breaks many violations. In fact, they say, and I show this many times, that the Soylent meal supplement is extremely toxic and it attacks people's reproductive system and creates liver failure and all these different things. And yet it's widely available. It's a meal supplement. This is how this all works. Like they show us what they're going to do to us, and then they do it. Right. And that's what we say about predictive programming, because if they show you what's going to happen, now I talked about this just yesterday when I was showing the mass graves. Like I said, sure, first they show you the great mass graves in China, then they show you them in Iran, and then they show you them in New York City, right? Or Hart Island. Heart, of course, very symbolic. And of course, it's all a lie anyways, because those mass graves that they're showing are actually just for homeless people and people that don't have any identity. And they've been burying people there for ages. There's over 1 million people buried there. But they push that out and they say, look at how horrible the situation is. We have to bury all these people on
Well,
this island.
and on that note, we were talking earlier about what can the people do? How do we fight back? Because there's single parents out there, even people who have both mother and father in the house, and people are busy. But how do they help? Well, that's one of the ways too. Is they people started trending on Twitter. I think it was called "Film Your Hospital" or "The Hospitals Are Empty." And that blew this thing wide open, man. And people all around the world were doing it. It was beautiful. That's when I love seeing things like that. That's when you see humanity working together. We're all in a common cause. We know we're being lied to, and we show the proof. We do it
What
together.
I love too with that. One of my favorite videos was the guys. There's these black guys in New York City, and they're like, they have like a chicken outdoor fried chicken sort of setup thing where they sell chicken and French fries. And those guys were on the ball. They're like, this is the new world order, man. They want to microchip everybody. They want to stick up 5G towers everywhere. And it's like, it's so awesome, because that's where we can win, folks, is talking to people, getting out there. I mean, there is a chance still at this point. If we get vocal, we can no longer afford to sit silently and think, oh, I might make these people upset or whatever. It's too late for that now, right? I mean, we're in martial law now. We're forced quarantine. They're installing the 5G. I showed in my neighborhood, KJ. It was insane because I got this big 5G video coming, right? And I've been absolutely flooded because I put messages on Twitter, on my Patreon, and on other platforms that I have. Send me your 5G towers in your neighborhood. And I went and I filmed in my own neighborhood. And I was shocked because I heard them out there when I was doing a podcast, and I heard them in the middle of the night setting up these things. And then I was shocked. I went out there and I found 5G towers, like a stone's throw from where I live, right? These massive towers going up. And I was like, oh my God. And so I went and I said, folks, send me your 5G. And I'm flooded with hundreds of responses of people everywhere around the world sending in their 5G towers that are going up. Now, you've seen this. A lot of 5G towers are being burned right now as people are freaking out because people are learning the truth about these things. But yeah, I mean, the hope that we have is to get, like, one of the reasons why they banned us from congregating, because they don't want anybody to stand up to the 5G installations, right? If because otherwise they'd be setting up these things in schoolyards, which they are. They're putting them on top of schools, like they're sticking towers on top of schools.
Well, that's one where I want to take the opportunity to just put out to the people who are listening and who will hear this later, because I've been thinking about doing it. I need to just go ahead and do it. I've got the time during the mornings and stuff, so I've been thinking about just taking a little drive to a couple of the schools around here in my area, because they're all shut down, and just looking and seeing if they're building a cell tower on top of it, putting a 5G on there. If they are, I'll film it. But that might be something. If you guys are, if you got, a lot of you got extra time on your hands, if you got a little gas in the tank, you want to take a little cruise, go check out some of the elementary schools, middle schools, maybe the high schools, but I would probably look at the little kids first. as far as not that sounds bad. I'd look at the little kids first. No, I'd check out the the elementary nursery schools. I think that would be
Also, yeah, I mean, people out there that have those EMF readers, I mean, go and film, because there's so many videos that are going up, KJ, where it's either cab drivers or just regular, school moms or whatever, right, that are driving down the road or going through their neighborhood, and they're getting the readings of the EMF electromagnetic frequencies coming through, and they're going through the roof, and it's like, oh my God, everyone's being fried by this stuff. Like, they're sticking these things up and we're all being fried. And as I said, it's been, you can see this yourself. I mean, we should try to show people this, but the new $20 pound, which is all in purple, by the way, released by the Crown in the UK, has a 5G tower on it with the actual Corona thing on top of it.
Yeah, so, I meant, we mentioned that earlier, and I'll say this because some people may look it up and think, oh, it's been debunked. Because I saw some people trying to debunk that. They say, no, it's this tower and it's some kind of a landmark in the UK. But that's the other thing, right? Those with eyes to see. We get that there's going to be an official explanation, but the confirmation on that is, well, one, you got the purple all over it, and then number two, you got the rainbow shooting out of it. Number three, you got the virus symbol. I talked about earlier on Chet's chest too, the virus symbols. So it's like, come on, guy. Again, hiding in plain sight. And we know they do this. Jeff and I have been decoding this kind of thing for years, so go ahead.
And they'll always have that. Like, it's just like, popular mechanics debunking 9/11 conspiracies and whatnot, right? Like, there's always the spin. There's always the debunkers. There's always the Mick West and, the Snopes. And oh yeah, by the way, people. I should tell you this. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but I had a video that's been all over the corporate media, which is it was the dummies, right? So we found that they're using dummies over and over again in the footage of the so-called victims of the Corona thing.
I think one of them was on one of those ships, Mercy or Comfort too, right? I saw some questionable footage from one of those things, but go ahead.
Yeah. So anyways, I did a couple videos on this, and one of them went mega viral. And it was, okay, so what they do is this, they're very clever. I did the video, I threw it up there, just like any other video, nothing, but I was explaining to folks, right? So I'm going through and I'm showing I think it was CBS, right? Or I don't know if it was CBS or ABC, or it actually was Channel 4 News, but I think that's a CBS affiliate. And they're showing, and they're saying, extreme shortages in these hospitals and, overwhelmed. And then they're there and they have, they're short of respiratory, and they're showing like hallways and nurses going around with the hazmat suits on, and then they're showing a freaking dummy being worked on, right, sort of thing. And so I showed this, and I showed a couple other instances, and I said, if they want us to believe that this thing is actually happening the way that it is, then why are they showing us dummies? And it's a dummy. There's no debate whatsoever, even all the sleeple that come in. But they try to explain it. And they say, oh, yeah, well, they show dummies because, they can't show real people because, because, maybe they'll get a lawsuit. I'm like, so I showed this, and what happened is some COINTEL got a hold of it. They put it up on a video, and then on a different channel. So this I think it was called Truth ISON or something like that, the channel. They put it out there. They get it on all these articles, Reuters, Snopes, a bunch of other ones cover it. They use that video, not my one, right? So it's a copy of my video, but the character that put it up changed the name of the channel to LA Meth Witch.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Witch? LA Meth Witch.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, folks can look that up. I mean, maybe the channel's been changed by then, but last time I checked, the video was on its way to like 500,000 views on that channel. The one on my channel's got maybe 70 or 75,000 or something like that. So that's the methods that they use. And we're catching them over and over again using these dummies in their production. We're also catching them over and over again using recycled footage, which is old school. Like, they're using footage that they used in Italy, which was silly to begin with, where they had all the people with the bubble heads on, sort of thing. And they used that same footage for New York news. CBS used it. They used it for Los Angeles as well. Hospitals are overflowing. They show the exact same scene from Italy, right? And it's like they do this all the time, and they've been doing this forever. This is a lot of what I've done in my career is to show media manipulation, right? And that's kind of where I got my reputation from, exposing a lot of the shootings and stuff like that. But yeah, it's absolutely.
Speaking of which,
Mhm.
isn't it interesting how much those have died down? Obviously, but
Yeah, there's none.
right, there's absolutely nothing going on now with that.
Well, the schools are closed, but nonetheless, even before that, there was nothing because the big show now. This is where all the attention is, and nobody's going to pay attention to that stuff now because everyone's being programmed with the virus, right? We're all terrified and we're all being programmed, and they have another crazy thing too, and I'm sure a lot of people are getting annoyed with it, are all the nurse dancing compilations that they put together.
Oh man, that's all. See, now I haven't. I've only seen a couple of those, but the thing that I'm getting annoyed with is they keep pushing all these commercials with really soft music, and then an older person behind a window with like a granddaughter, like reaching up, towards the window with the mask on, and there's a lot of this kind of stuff going on. We're all in it together, and blah blah blah, and it's just so gross. It's same thing as when, like, we're talking, kind of hinting at earlier, but how there's a lot of this stuff with movements, TV shows, movies, and advertisements about, owning your cancer, owning your diabetes. These are your superpowers, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So and we've been showing that they've been using crisis actors. One of the major characters that they used was this Dr. Colleen Smith, and people can look her up too. And she's appeared in all these New York Times and ABC News and over in CNN. And she's one of the ones that's saying, "Oh, the doctors are falling dead, and we're all exhausted, and we can't handle the burden and all this." And she's taken part, like, one of her things on her actual sort of resumes. She's a crisis doctor. Like, they take part in crisis simulations. And we've also shown that some of the nurses that they've like, there's one nurse that I showed that was crying and that she quit her job, and she but no tears, of course.
Bro,
and she did this video that went super viral, of course, because the beast, right? And she said that the hospital was making the nurses work without masks and that they were risking their lives. And she absolutely was 100% lying. And the hospital came out, and this was CBS again that put this out, and the hospital came out and said, "That's an absolute lie. We provide all our nurses. We won't even allow them to go into where the patients are without the mask." And so they throw that out, and it goes viral. It turns out that girl was off for a year because of depression. That was retweeted. That video that got millions of views around the world was sent out by none other than Bernie Sanders. And so this is deplorable. That nurses are in this situation. If I was elected president, none of this would happen. All that garbage, right?
It's so gross. Yeah, it really is. I mean, that was what a clown show. That's what I said before. America looks just so pitiful as far as the Democrats go. Because is this really the best America has to offer? We know it's not. That's how you know that it's just an obvious sign. It's all part of an agenda. But I have neighbors that would be better president than Biden and these other jokers.
Well, anyway. It wouldn't matter anyways because they wouldn't have any real power.
True. They would just be the face, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd just be the face, and people that might get confused about that. I mean, you can watch when Ronald Reagan did his inauguration speech, and Donald Reagan was the CEO of Merrill Lynch was standing behind him, and he was saying, "Speed it up." Right?
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, he's getting orders from the CEO of Merrill Lynch. It's always been a big show. These people have always been actors. Anybody that's confused about that, you need to read up on Edward Bernays, who is the master propagandist of American politics, the most influential propagandist in the history of the United States, the guy that was the mentor for Ayn Rand and Henry Kissinger and so many others. He was the guy that wrote the book on how to control, him along with Gustave Le Bon and many others that were that knew that, we have to control the herd, basically. So they look at us, that's why they call us the herd, and they say herd immunity. We're the sheep, we're the sheeple, we're the useless eaters. That's the way they think of us. all the Trump and Clinton and all that, it's all theatrics. It's all a big script. It's all, 33 million emails, Hillary Clinton. I mean, they code all their shenanigans into their psyops, right? And they use groups like QAnon to push all this stuff, and they get people whipped up into things like Pizzagate and stuff like that, totally distracted, totally diverting people away from what they're up to. What they don't want you to do is see what they're actually doing. They want to channel your anger, whether it's anger that you lost your job, or you're sick, or you're dying of cancer, or your parents are dying, or whatever it is, because they're hurting us all, they're poisoning us all. But they want you to channel that anger, and they want you to divert it away from what they're actually doing. And what they're actually doing is all around us. And we see the whole emergence of this Orwellian police state, this surveillance grid that they're laying out, the 5G and everything else that's going to just fry us. And they're putting this in schoolyards and, little communities.
I want to toss out just a little phrase. Yeah. And here's a phrase that I even put it at the very end of the original The Scariest Movie Ever Made from 2007. It was the last words in the movie. And so, because we're talking about some heavy stuff, of course. And, I don't want to assume everybody's cool with the understanding of it. This stuff's heavy. I always try to keep that in mind. And we're not the knowers of all, but I think we know a lot. I always say I know a lot about a little. I know a little bit about a lot of things. That's how I feel. I know a little bit about a lot of things. Or you could say
the more you know, the less you know, sort of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'll just say the phrase is: there's millions of us and thousands of them. Remember that. Millions of us, thousands of them. So when things go to pot, and it's all being revealed, and they finally have their fully matured beast system, there's going to be a major division in our world, and there'll be a real revolution, if you will. And the people that are here, that don't want to take the mark, are going to have to hide out. Some may die by the sword. Some are ready to fight. Some may have their heads taken off. That's part of the program, it seems. I'm still looking for news on the guillotines and when that's going to come out. Forever, I thought it was related to Islam under Obama. I was like, it has something to do with Islam. But then, now Obama's out. I don't think he's fully out of the picture, but he's out of office.
The Noahide laws.
There we go, man. Yeah, the Noahide. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because people always ask me about that.
Yeah, it's difficult to talk about people you're not allowed to talk about. So, we always have to be careful. But yeah, the Noahide laws, which many states have already. I mean, it's supposedly only there in ceremony, but yeah, it would give the power to behead Christians and stuff like that. It's really creepy. It's almost. When you look at it, you're like, what? That can't be real. Yeah, it's real. So yeah, it's pretty creepy. I think that, the Hunger Games are on. I think that they're gonna squeeze us and squeeze us, and what they're doing. Okay, so the boiling frogs is always the best analogy to explain what's going on, because they are doing this to all of us. Although many of us have jumped out of the pot, right? Yeah. We're hopping around on the counter trying to find some place to hide or something like that. But the frogs in the pot, and all the sheeple saying, don't worry, they told us they're going to turn down the temperature, right? They're feeling the heat right now because they're losing their jobs by the millions. They're losing their savings. They're seeing the whole economy around them crash. One of the biggest things about this whole Corona thing is a whole economic reset. In fact, in many ways, you could argue that the biggest thing that they're carrying out, along with the 5G and everything, the big surveillance grid, is a complete reset, a digital currency. When we talk about the Bill Gates tattoo, that is all the ID 2020. That is all tied to everything about you, your DNA, your whole history, everything you've done on the internet, your social credit score, and your bank account. Because what they're going to do is they're going to...
Jeff. Yep. Let me throw this in and add quickly. You said in their bank account. I want to add to that. I just posted a comment from Don said, nah, home gulags, death by virtual reality entertainment. And that's not a joke, because I did a video a while back. Virtual reality and 5G, major combination there.
Yeah.
Big part of it as well. But sorry, go ahead. You left on the bench.
In fact, the virtual reality is all huge in it too. I mean, there's so many different things, and they're all part of it. Ready Player One, this whole, where you're before they kill us all off, sort of thing. They're going to get us hooked up, and they're going to have us in a virtual reality. We're going to live in our little sewer tubes, and they're going to give us our virtual sort of plug-in set, right, to do the virtual sex. We talk about, like I talk with TMF about this, the film, which is one of the most prophetic films in the history of the world. It's called Demolition Man. It came out in
oh gosh,
the 1990s.
Yeah, I just want to add before you continue with that saying prophetic, very funny. In Demolition Man, for those who don't know, and I'll let Jeff continue, but the main restaurant, the only real restaurant, is Taco Bell, and everybody loves Taco Bell. And it's kind of a really nice, fancy place. But not long ago, it's about a year ago, I covered this on one of my news shows, that America voted Taco Bell the #1 Mexican restaurant in America. And I thought that was just really, guys, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, but there's a couple little Mexican restaurants I go to when they're open. And I live in a little college town in the country, but these are real Mexican people who are cooking the food. And it is I lived in Central America, in that area. So the best way to do it is get it from the people who make it. Wow. I mean, but Taco Bell, really, guys, this is #1.
I've never had Taco Bell.
Oh,
I'm actually terrified of it. I think if anything would be Soylent Green, it'd be Taco Bell, which I call Taco Hell.
Yeah, that was actually one of my first viral videos. I filmed it when I was still living in Austin, Texas, as a bounty hunter. I went through a Taco Bell with my phone. I was recording, and I showed everybody that underneath the bell is a 6. Under each bell, there's a 6, and there's an all-seeing eye. And there's 3 of those bells in every Taco Bell. So there's a literal, and it's purple. So you have a literal 666 on every Taco Bell with the all-seeing eye, the slit eye underneath it.
Yeah. So
right.
Yeah, it's insane. Like the movie Demolition Man, and I gotta watch it again. I think I've seen it once, maybe twice now, but I'll have to go and refresh it because I got to do a whole podcast on it. But they have a full grid surveillance state, and it takes place. So it's in the early 90s, but it takes place relatively now. Nobody touches each other. It's a complete surveillance state. So you walk around, they can read your body temperature, right? They have computers everywhere. If you swear, you get fined, right? Instantly by the computer.
Right. Oh, love it. Keep going, Jeff. I remember.
Yeah. So, like everything, and they say like nobody touches each other. Nobody has sex. Nobody reproduces anymore. It's all done by machines, by test tubes and all that, right? And they say that nobody touches or exchanges bodily fluids because of the viruses. And they talk about a pandemic that they had. And all the real people, which is like led by this guy, Dennis Leary, who's, the comedian guy, and they all live underground. This gets into interesting because I wanted to talk to you about the underground training sort of thing. But all the real humanity, the poor, and the people that won't give in to the system all go underground, and they live in sewers and underground complexes and stuff like that. Mostly living in squalor sort of thing, but they're the resistance to the world order. And in the world order, the men have been completely pacified. There's really almost no difference between the men and the women, right? It's uncanny, that movie, how much it shows exactly where we are or where we're heading. And it goes to show you
the men were very effeminate, where they wore robes and fancy hair, just like Hunger Games.
Yeah, because what they do in the film is in the future for serious crimes, you get frozen in cryogenic sleep, and then they thaw you out for, say, a trial or what do you call it?
A trial?
No, when they review your parole.
Okay, right.
So they take the very violent character of Wesley Snipes, and he's frozen. And then they give him give him a hearing sort of thing, and he gets free, and he's alpha male, he's super powerful, and he instantly overpowers everyone, and he's out of control, and there's no way to stop him, so they have to go and thaw out Sylvester Stallone to go another real alpha male to go and get this guy, because everybody in the future is so utterly wimpy and depend completely on their tech, and have no strength or anything like that. It's really astonishing, that film, and that's just one of many. I mean, you could go through a whole whack of films. I mean, they've been doing this to us forever, but I think that's one of the more telltale ones, especially with what's happening now. And as we said before, all this virus, like all the movies, especially Contagion. Contagion is basically the whole script for what's happening right now. And to the point where all the actors from Contagion are basically reprising their roles now. Matt Damon, Gwyneth Paltrow, Sanjay Gupta plays himself. I showed this, which is just astonishing. Sanjay Gupta, they have him in the movie Contagion. So Contagion, guess when it came out, KJ?
When?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll give you a clue. It's probably the most important date.
9/11.
Yes, except it was flipped. It was September the 11th, or sorry, it was September the. Hang on, I gotta check it out here.
Or November 9th or something.
Yeah, it was reversed here. I'll get it one
That's
second.
okay.
I'll tell you
probably
exactly
November.
what it was.
But I see what you're saying. Keep going though.
Contagion came out here September the 9th, 2011.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's in there twice, actually. They got a double. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And in the movie Contagion, it's the exact same sort of scenario. And of course, what happens is that there's massive amounts of deaths around the world, and they come up with a vaccine. The CDC, of course, complete heroes, and the Kate Winslet character tested it on herself, of course, because she wanted to save humanity. And then they force everybody to wear a bracelet. So you can only re-enter society in that film at the end when all the people, a lot of the population has died off, and martial law has been completely implemented, chaos everywhere, people murdering each other over a can of soup and stuff like that. But yeah, in the end of the film, you get a bracelet that says that you can re-enter society. And in the film, Sanjay Gupta is seen saying the exact same things that he's saying in his newscast, the exact verbatim, where he's saying, you have to wash your hands and disinfect everything, and stay 6 feet away, and all of it. It's in the film. So the film.
Now, who was saying that? The doctor in the movie?
Sanjay Gupta plays himself in the movie.
Okay, that's right. So, and he was recently talking about, of course, the COVID. We know that. So
he is the major COVID doctor on CNN.
Man, that is such a great example of how we're living in a movie. We talk about this stuff all the time, but it's true.
It's astonishing, man. It's like, and again, like, what's the difference? Well, that's the reality, is that all your movies and your media is the same as your movies. Your news is the same as your movies. It's the same thing. Like, if you think that you put on, say, Star Wars, right, and it's real, well, it's akin to putting on CNN and thinking it's real. Oh, CNN's on. People are dying in the hospitals. This is horrible. I'm crying. There's a nurse that's sobbing. No tears, but this is terrible. Well, that's as real as Star Wars. That's what I try to say to people. Like, it's all manipulation. And this, of course, we know with Mockingbird Media, and the CIA came out, in the early 1970s, said all of news is controlled by the CIA, basically, right? And what was that famous quote there? Once we've got all Americans believing everything that's fake is real, then we know we've accomplished our goals. That was the director of the CIA that said that decades ago, right? And that's the reality of where we're at. They've achieved that. We are at that reality. They can do whatever they want. And, so like watching the news, and I have to warn people about this. I've been doing this work for 8 years now, and that's mostly what I'm known for, or at least back in the, free radio revolution days, is media fakery and how they manipulate. Everything's a manipulation. Like, it's not that they don't report on real things, because, there are accidents and ships sink and planes crash and stuff like that. But almost everything that is major that they are covering is all orchestration.
And also, you went, just kind of a bit of your history for people who don't know, you went toe-to-toe with lots of these kind of fake YouTube truth channels for many years as well. You know what I mean? This is, you kind of have a history of that.
Everything's fake sort of thing? Is that what you're...
Right. And we both have, and I've addressed some of that as well. there's an element. I don't know about you. I don't know if I've heard your opinion on this, but I always tell people I'd rather not be called a truther. Don't call me a
Yeah, yeah,
truther.
me too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm an independent investigator. I'm just KJ. I'm a unique individual. You are a very unique individual. I don't like being called a truther because so many of them let you down. So many of them truly are fake. So many of them gave up throughout all these years of adpocalypse and YouTube censorship. People just give up, man. When YouTube starts taking away your views, it's not as, you wouldn't, that really affects some people. People like
Yeah,
Jeff
yeah.
and I, we keep going because I don't know what else I want to do in this world. This is all I care about, making videos and talking about what's happening,
Well, some people find their calling, right? And I think that's the case,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, there's been those elements, and there's that's why it's very important to avoid all drama when you do this work, and only stick with people that are proven track record and are consistent and are not going to backstab you, sort of thing. But
here's one. Speaking of channels, I just saw this in the chat. Somebody mentioned Red Silver J. Whatever happened to Red Silver J, man?
Yeah. And he was we were covering we were in a lot of communication back in the day, and we were covering a lot of the same. Obviously, we're like Red Silver J, and back in the day, it was Red Pill Revolution. Now he's TM Films, and Paul Stahl. And there was a whole bunch of us that were exposing a lot of the shootings and the bombings and all the theatrics, right? And I don't know. I think he's still around, but I don't know. And some people, they get threatened. You can't really know what happens.
You don't know. Yeah, things happen. I mean, like one of my favorites, I've said this for years, one of my favorite YouTube channels for many years was always Black Child. And that's pretty obvious if people watch him and watch me. I always said, we kind of have a similar kind of gift, if you will. And I really appreciated his take on stuff. And, he's one that just started getting really, well, he did a lot of, used a lot of easily copyrighted footage. That was his only issue. But he got taken down a few times, came back a few times. He tried to sell some products to make money because they demonetized them. Then it was a blankets, and they were in a pyramid structure when he tried to sell them. And immediately everyone's like, "You effing shill!" And I knew you were part of it. And I think that my personal opinion is I think that his heart got broken. That's just me, and I know what that feels like. I'm not trying to sound like a snowflake. But, I've had my heart broken through this stuff for 10 years on YouTube. I'm celebrating 10 years of YouTube at the end of this month. So I'll probably do a live show.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I'm 8 years, like right about now.
Oh, cool, man. That's great. See, we've been around, man. So I'll probably do something. Maybe we'll have a big show and have a bunch of guests on or something. But
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
There still are a lot of the old school guys around, and they're still kicking.
Yeah.
And I still have a lot of communications with a lot of good folks that are out there. It's unfortunate that some people, just for whatever reasons, probably mostly because of the stress and the attacks and the censorship. I mean, I lost my channels over and over and over again, sort of thing. So at a point, you start to just lose all hope that you can ever really have, use these platforms. And it's a rough situation because it's like, you want to use the world's most popular video platform because that's the way that you're going to be able to reach people. And then back in the day too, when you mentioned Red Silver J, it's back when I had Free Radio Revolution, and we were able to reach the mainstream. Like we were absolutely.
It got big. You guys were on fire. I mean, remember that was a whole time I was doing my live shows. Y'all were doing yours. Sometimes we'd all cross over, but that was a real hot time for all of us, and you guys were blowing up, getting a lot of views. I mean, you're doing a lot of shows back then, epic shows, like 6-7 hour long shows and stuff. I remember back then, right?
Yeah, and we did We'll Do It Live. It was me and TM Films, and we were trying to make a show where we could encourage other people to do the type of work that we're doing and give as many people as an opportunity to get an audience and help us, because we desperately needed as many people as possible to do this type of work. And they were pretty wild days, and there was a lot of censorship. So people that think that maybe the censorship is new, no, it's always been there. It's just that now it's much more focused, and their control is greater, and they've rigged the whole system. So like before, say you would look up a shooting, for instance, let's just say Christchurch, or maybe not Christchurch because that's more recent, but say, Las Vegas shooting or
Hmm.
Boston bombing, or
The
there's a
gay
shooting.
club shooting, or
Yeah,
that
there,
was.
there's the whatchamacallit shooting there in what was it? What was the gay club
Miami,
called?
I think, right?
Um,
I could be wrong, but yeah, I know what
no,
you
it
mean.
was
Basically, pick any one of them.
yeah, yeah.
It's so again, it's so crazy. Really, it is, folks. Have you
The,
noticed? Again, Jeff and I mentioned this earlier, but there's none of this. None of this is taking place right now. I mean, that's kind of nice. Even the government's shut down. They can't be running their psyops during this time, which is great because there's no one to attack. So anyway, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, the Orlando, it was, and then there's the Parkland, and there's so many others, right? But if you think back, when people say way back, say back in 2014 or something like that, and you would look up one of these shootings on YouTube, you get Red Silver J, you would get Red Pill Revolution, you get Free Radio Revolution, you get these videos would rise up, and we would get loads of views, sometimes
Mm-hmm.
millions of views on these videos. And that's like, now you're never going to find that. Like, you search this stuff, you'll find ABC, always bullcrap, and CNN, and dumb turds, and you could
He is
search.
just the worst. Chunk yogurt is just
Yeah,
one of the
check
worst.
your, yeah, exactly. Like, you'll find all the accredited sources, the Beast Media, and they've rigged the whole system. So we have been massively marginalized, and our work doesn't get out to the average people. Which, that was the difference back then, is that we were able to reach. We were kicking the stuffing out of CNN on YouTube, because YouTube was our realm, right? It wasn't like CNN, Fox, and all those other media outlets. Nobody really went to YouTube to watch them. You watch those people on TV, and you're like, yeah, that's fake news or whatever, right? And then you would go on YouTube to watch the alternative media, and that's
Yep.
where you would get the whole difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Russia Today was hot back then too. I really liked it, but then they started getting a little weird with some of their stuff. I
yeah,
feel.
well, they're total New World Order as well.
Yeah, Abby was the
Unfortunately,
lady's name, I think. But go ahead.
yeah, that's right. I remember I had a bit of a battle with her,
You
Abby
did.
Martin.
I
Abby
remember
Martin.
that.
Yeah,
Abby
yeah, yeah.
Martin.
Abby Martin. Um, and at least, yeah, she does speak out against Israel and all that. But Russia Today is the Kremlin, right? It's the New World Order. They do come in. Like, the best video I ever saw off of Russia Today was the guy that did the breakdown of the Boston bombing, and I couldn't believe it. It was like Russia Today basically did a video that was debunking the authenticity of the Boston bombing, right?
Great.
And that was like, wow, and that was like a one flash in the pan sort of thing. But no, they're all part of the beast. They use the cube as their symbolism anyway, so
Yep.
it's just,
And like you say, and we've said this before, there is some good stuff to be had there, but some you've
yep,
got to throw
always,
out.
yep,
Yeah, like you don't want to just shut down any kind of, resource for yourself.
yeah.
There's some that
Also,
I automatically, the Snopes, I don't trust Snopes. That's, you know what I mean?
Snopes has done so many debunks on me over the years, which is just
Oh,
hilarious.
really? I didn't know
Oh yeah,
that.
oh
Tell
yeah,
me.
over and over again, including like the lax dummy, and many other things that I put out back in the day. I can't even remember because we did so many. I mean, we wouldn't even waste time with them though, because we were, like how it was, KJ. We were getting massive amounts of views, and it's like,
Yeah.
who cares if some corporate media that might pull in 8 or 10,000 people in a day is
See, that's what it
debunking
was.
you. We were getting 50, 100,000 a day, sort of thing,
Yeah.
right? So it was
And
like,
that's what it was. It's almost like y'all had too much swagger. Like we all got too used to just kind of kicking ass and, reaching the masses or something.
well, it was, yeah. I did lose channels over and over again. That's why I had like umpteen Free Radio Revolution channels.
True.
But the thing was, though, that we had a way of dealing with it. It was a different realm, and now it's all controlled. So now it's like they buried us, and they shadow ban us. And it's great that there are people like you that have these big channels that can pull in a big audience, sort of thing, because it's so crucial now that we have a voice. It's more crucial than ever before. Like, all the stuff that I used to do is all important because it all shows people that you can't trust the corporate media, and the beast media is manipulating and creating these events and all of that. And I think that's like the kind of truth movement that I was a big part of. Was like, you had the 9/11 truth movement, which was who was really behind 9/11 and how was it done. But the one that I was part of was that the corporate media is actually manipulating and 100% partaking in the manipulation of the people, and that, you know, like your news is basically all part of the same system. And that was crucial to get that out. But now we're at this point where it's way more important than ever before that we have a reach and that we can reach ordinary people. That's why I still maintain a presence. I tried to jump to so many different platforms before, right? And every time it never worked out, sort of thing. Usually the platforms would be taken out pretty quickly. And you
Yeah,
remember,
I had that experience too. The few of them.
yeah, like, you know, Vimeo and Zeekly and all these
Oh,
ones that came out.
Vimeo broke my heart, man. They took 2 channels away from me within the span of 3 or 4 days. They found 2 of my channels. Luckily, I've still got a third one up that has
Is
my
this
original.
it's still
Yeah,
there, Vimeo? Yeah.
yeah, Vimeo is still there, but I've
Remember
got it.
VidMe?
Man, VidMe's one that I went all in on. I was putting
Yeah.
tons of videos up. I was starting to build an audience, and then it just they went away.
Right,
That's too bad.
yeah, right now the main alternative is BitChute, and I've got,
I'm
you
on
know,
there.
yeah, I'm on there, and it's good for that. You don't get the same quality. It's not the, you know, you can't do live shows and stuff like that, but it is a good backup. But there is things to be concerned about with BitChute because of their proximity to the 77th Brigade, which is the British online military force that patrols the internet and deals with disinformation and all that. And they're about 4 kilometers down the road from the headquarters of 77th Brigade. And they also have a double C sort of symbolism. So again, I mean, I'm not here to
The
bash.
33, really?
Yeah. Well, they got the C if you look at the BitChute symbol, and they've also got a paratrooper. So I don't know.
Oh boy.
It could be.
I've
You
seen
know.
some interviews with the man. Have you ever seen, like you said, I think he's from Ireland or something. I'm pretty sure he's Irish. Maybe it's
Yeah,
Scotland.
I don't know. Anyways, but I'm not gonna say anything bad about BitChute because they've never taken any of my videos down. So, you
Same.
know,
Man,
like,
that's where I have my movie up. That's the one I didn't put, the movie on
yes, that's
YouTube.
excellent.
So right. So BitChute's been great for that. I've
Yep.
slowly been uploading more videos there just in case. Like you, I mean, I still have a lot of, I'm on Minds and Instagram, on a lot of different places. And I just try to pepper my videos everywhere on the internet I can just in case, and I always hope people are downloading them and saving them. But same thing, I'm about to go into phase 2 with spreading the word on my movie and all that here soon, because I'll be doing movies. I'm actually running copies and I'll be giving them to people. I'm just going to do 50 at
That's
first and see how it
excellent.
goes. Yeah, right. I can't sell it, but give it to them. If they want to donate on PayPal, that's great. If not, no worries, man. But here's the movie. Make copies, get it out to people.
How do you find Minds? Because I did have an account there. I just never, like, I had trouble uploading there. And, do you find anybody watches you there, or?
Yeah, I mean it's not bad. I do okay on BitChute. I mean,
Oh,
it's not.
Minds.
Oh, mine. Sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't go there as much, but I've been taking a lot of my KJ Osborne channel videos and uploading them over to Minds, just kind of making sure they're safe somewhere else.
Mhm.
I do okay there. I don't know. I think if I spent more energy and time there, I could probably blow it up. But I'm most of my energy and time is spent in my head, coming up with my videos and working on things
Yeah,
throughout the week.
yeah.
That's just the way I'm a space case like that. So
Yeah.
it's hard to keep up with all. Plus, it gets tough. I just answered all my emails, recent ones in a row, a few days ago, from several weeks, maybe even a couple months.
That's a lot, eh?
It's a lot, and it's really hard to do, and it's exhausting. But then I feel you want to, because I care about my audience, and man, I've got such a solid, like you do too. I've got such a great group that have been with me. So, you want to try to be there for people, but then when you've got 10 different websites you works on, and you're working on stuff all the time, it can be a lot, so not to be a baby, you know what I mean?
One thing I found out too is with BitChute, and people should take this into consideration, is that they use the discuss for the comments.
Yeah, I use that too. There is a concern there. I know where you're going.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's a company. It's run by a parent company out of Israel. So I find it interesting because a lot of my videos that I put up, and I never use discuss, but there's a lot of heavy sort of, how would I put it?
Yeah.
Calling out a certain tribe, we'll say, very heavily, and using very graphic sort of things. So I wonder how much of that might just be coming straight out of where. But it's just things to keep into consideration, is that the reality is, we don't know how much time we got left on these platforms, but we got to make the most of it. We got to reach as many people as we possibly can. But we also have to realize that, that we have to be careful. Like, I learned a couple things from KJ. You were telling me you don't use tags, for instance. So I stopped using tags a long time ago, because I know that they flag anything. I think they're flagging Jeff C live now, so I think I'm just going to stop using that, because now maybe my videos are all being shadow banned when I use that tag, because that's the way it works, folks. Is they just start, like, they use the AI programs, and then they just feed it words and quotes and sayings, and then next thing you know, it's
that's why for so long, my videos, they just stopped, and a lot of people experienced this, and I knew what it was. They were suppressing me, and it's all the algorithm. Again, it's checking your words, your titles. I didn't go back and change everything from the past. That's probably why I'm still in the naughty corner, because I still have some old tags with everything. New World Order, Illuminati, Alex Jones, everything. You know what I mean? Antichrist. And somebody leaked a while back all the trigger words, and one of them was Antichrist. By the way, it was interesting because I have that in a lot of my videos. So, but in the last several years, I mean, God, 2.5 years now. Yeah, I definitely learned a rhythm, and I got to a point. I got so sick of just, it didn't matter, what I put for tags. I just stopped using them, and that happened for a couple of years. I've been experimenting lately a little bit on my live shows and putting some tags on, like Rogan, Coast to Coast, to see if it can connect with some of those bigger shows. You know what I mean? I've been trying that lately on my live shows. Videos, most of the time, still no tags. If there's a tag, I'll put the scariest movie ever in there. But now you got me thinking that might not even be a very good idea, so I
you
don't
never
know.
know. I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to make you overly conservative when it comes to that, but nonetheless, I kind of feel like at this point in time, like, maybe it's a blessing too to kind of do that, because then maybe the spotlight won't be on you so much. And,
It is good. Let me throw you a curveball. Actually, before I do, I've seen somebody in chat, or maybe it's a few people, keep asking this: is Jeff C the same person as Stranger Than Fiction? I haven't heard this one before.
No.
I know you're not, but go ahead.
No. I've never talked to Stranger Than Fiction, but he is a friend. I communicate with him regularly. He is, I believe he's Lithuanian. And no, he doesn't. From my interactions with him, he doesn't speak English all that well, although he writes it very well. I think he's a little bit, but he's been a big listener of mine for many years, so he's always been putting me into a lot of his videos. But that's, I remember people used to think that, I think there still are people that think that, Jason A is like Truth Media or something like that. It's just
I've heard so many weird ones. I mean, they get out there and it's all dumb, all this stuff.
It is. Yeah, it's definitely not me, folks, just in case you're wondering. And if it was me, I wouldn't hesitate to tell you if it was me. If it was me, I'd be like, they would never let Jeff C get like over 500,000 subs.
Seriously.
But no, he's been terrific, because and he put out a excellent video today that I put it up on my backup channel, which I renamed Jeff's Censored Encore. And so there's a high definition of video of his, and he's encouraging anybody to upload this video, which it compiles a lot of my work, but a lot of other people's work and his own. He's very well. He's like you, KJ. He's got and Grace and others that are really talented at producing movies, right? Documentary style. And so he put that all together, and it's really an excellent sort of presentation to show to anybody out there, sort of thing, to get them to question everything and it covers a lot, like most of the bases when it comes to this massive coronavirus, from the 5G to the crisis acting to the freaking, mannequins to the agendas, the Bill Gates tattoos and the surveillance grid and the drones and everything else. And it's like, we need that. So it's that's one of the great things I think about doing this type of work, is there's just some really talented people in this that, make this work so important, but also just it's such hard work to do this. It's very physically and mentally, demanding. You know that, KJ, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's. I mean, for those of us that are still here, it's your everything. I've gone through so much pain with this stuff. Not trying to sound
Yeah.
like a snowflake or a baby, but y'all know, and Jeff, especially after the whole Costa Rica and the accident, I went through
Yeah, yeah.
hell. I had good Christian friends, I thought followers for years, telling me I was effing trash and getting like 200 thumbs up, on underneath the video from Costa Rica, and it was unbelievable the pain. But then I saw people pull through and really have my back and encourage me and pray. There was also all the great people, but I dealt with that stuff for, a couple of years. I've met a couple people since then in real life that know me from YouTube. That's a whole
Mhm.
other story altogether. And well, they could tell you that one of the first things I did is I showed them the scar on my back from my accident, my
Yeah.
surgery, because that stained my brain for a couple of years there, that I felt that everyone thought I lied, that I never lived in Costa
Horrible, eh?
Rica. Yeah. And also coming back from Costa Rica to America a few days, or I guess a week after the accident, after the surgery, I came back to America, and that was the first adpocalypse wave. So that was where my YouTube income used to be. At that
Mm.
time, 4 to 5 grand a month, folks. I'm being honest. Now, look, if you know me and you have for years, I never was putting out a video every day to try to make that money, just like I do now. I took my time, did what I cared about, and I was blessed by that. I was blessed by having ads in my videos. I was making a lot of money on YouTube. It was insane. I
But
was
you wouldn't
making,
be here if you didn't have that, right? So
yeah.
it's so essential. I mean, I hope everybody understands that, people need to make a living doing this, and it's really crucial now. And I lost my regular job, so I'm full time. That's why I'm working my butt off. I haven't taken. I don't even remember the last time I took a day off, because I say I'm going to take a day off, and then I end up putting up a video or two, before the day's through, sort of thing. But I find it at times it can be very overwhelming. And watching all of this, and one of the things that bears down on you is that you tend to know a lot more about what they're up to than the average person, and because you're so involved in the research, that it can really weigh on you, right? Like what I'm seeing now is, I have to, like last night I did a show late. Like I did it late mostly because I didn't want to go over your show, sort of thing, right? And so I think I came on, it was like close to midnight or something like that. I don't know if you were still on at that point, but um, I did a show and I was like, no, I'm gonna have fun. Cracked open a few beers and kicked back and laughed it up with the audience, sort of thing, because it's so essential. Because some of the shows that I've been doing lately, I've been like, I wouldn't say losing it, but just like so
You get
utter,
passionate.
well, horrified, like honestly
Yeah.
horrified, because I'm showing everything that they're doing in real time, and I'm seeing it like because like the way that I do my research, I look at all the different countries, and I'm getting so much information. I have so many amazing
Well,
followers that feed me information, so I'm getting overwhelmed, but I'm seeing like everything manifest. There's this whole new world order, this beast just coming forward everywhere, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's like it's overwhelming.
well, let me throw this at you, just to kind of do a curveball here,
Mhm.
especially with as much as you do your research, and you know a bit about history like I do. Here's what I've been looking for: is the World War III angle.
Yep.
Like, are we going to be seeing that? Because in history, we know that's one of the first things that happen whenever a country goes into a depression, whenever a country
Mhm.
starts, or an empire starts losing a lot of money. War is always a really quick way to push a lot of money up into the economy really quick.
Yep.
So I've been looking at this whole, because in the narrative, one of the narratives in the media I'm seeing, they are talking a bit about connecting this back with China. There are some
Yep.
conservative people in politics in America that are making an issue of this and saying we should be talking more about China, their involvement. This is obviously a bio weapon. There are people that are trying to get stuff out there, but I wonder if this could wind up being eventually a way to launch us into an actual war with them. I wonder if that's
Yeah.
going to play out somehow. What do you think?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and I think there's a lot to talk about with that. And I think that, yeah, there's a very real possibility of that. And you could go through history, seeing that these economic collapses are always preceded by a massive war sort of thing. And it's what happens is, and you could like World War II is an excellent example. World War I is an excellent example. You can go back throughout history, even the Boer War, the 30-Year War, and stuff like that, if you want to go back a little bit further. But typically what you have is when the banksters orchestrate these collapses. They call them black swan events. So this is a black swan event that we're witnessing. So a black swan event is something that changes the world forever. So you see that black swan symbolism everywhere. I haven't made a video specifically. I've been working on a music video with the black swan imagery and all that and symbolism in the back. I just doing that on the side sort of thing. But this is a black swan event. And what a black swan event is a major event that changes everything forevermore. And we've had these throughout history. And you can say World War II, World War I, the bubonic plague, the Spanish flu. You can go back throughout history and everything changes. The Great Depression. So this is one of these massive resets, and they're going to change so much out of this. And then you see, okay, so what's going to happen? It's already happening, is that you're going to have a huge percentage of the population that is unemployed. They're rolling out this universal wage income. So in the United States, they said last week, I don't know if you caught this, okay, 2 weeks in a row. So this past week, 6.6 million, KJ, unemployed.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that was 2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks in a row. And guess what it was the week before that?
What?
3.3 million.
Wow. Well, even that, but that's
so
amazing.
Like, again, we know that tens of millions of people are losing their jobs out of this. That's hundreds of millions of people around the world, if not billions, will lose their jobs out of this. This definitely is happening. And so, and they know that. So what you're going to have is you're going to have a huge percentage of the population that, are going to be very dissatisfied, and you're going to have to whip up something to channel that energy. And what better thing to do than war? And since you've been programming people into war, in fact, that's the main purpose of video games, by the way. DARPA was the one that created the game Doom, and they did it specifically. The original Doom was designed specifically to recruit people for war. The games Call of Duty and Battlefield and all those things, it's all about war, recruiting people for wars.
Yeah, there was actually a documentary on that many years ago. They played it on HBO. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it was all about I think it was called Generation Kill. You guys can look it up if you're interested. I'm pretty sure it was Generation Kill. Is about a generation of children in America being, really all the world at this point, mostly being raised on video games and these first-person shooters and these war games. Yeah. To the point where they were easily being inducted into the military, and it was even being trained in the military with video games, how to kill and this. And that's where the drone thing came in, and Obama put this to good use. And it takes the human factor out of it. There's been a psychological study on this, where sitting around in a room with a joystick and just moving these things around and pressing buttons, it's not the same as to them as killing someone with a knife in real life or a gun. And I feel that's the same thing in a sense with the algorithms on YouTube, how these people can be so freaking soulless and make millions of people for years lose their careers, not just in the so-called, we know we're going to get flack. We know crap's coming our way. That's just the way it is. If you're trying to tell the truth in this world, or you're trying to figure things out, you're in trouble. But I'm talking, there have been makeup girls, kids on skateboards, whatever, that lost their careers for dumb reasons, for all the censorship, the apocalypse, and they're heartless. But I think it's easier because they just program the algorithm. They let the robot take care of it, and they can just wash their hands of it all.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's it's very important to point out that video games play a huge role, as does porn and other types of Black Mirror programming into creating these types of people, or putting people on that path, or making it more accessible to war, or glorifying war. So all these video games, again, they're extremely graphic. You think about, again, the original ones like Castle Wolfenstein and Doom and all that, they were actually designed to get people into war. And they always have a cover story and all that bull crap that they'll show on Wikipedia and all that. But no, these are military operations, DARPA type operations that were designed. So Call of Duty And Battlefield and all these war type simulation games are specifically designed to program people into being soldiers or wanting to be soldiers. And a lot of soldiers come from this. A lot of people that go into the military, and there's a big carrot with the military, with the paid education and the pension and all that, right? Which for so many people, especially minority groups, blacks, Hispanics, and poor whites that don't have any real opportunities in life, they can go into the military and they just have to follow orders, sort of thing. And since they're playing the video games, since they make the video games readily accessible, there's so many war-based video games that exist. There's gazillions of them. Most of the games that are out there involve that. And the games now are so hyper-realistic. Like you play Battlefield, you play Call of Duty. When you shoot somebody, body parts fly off, right? You stab somebody, you see the knife going in, you see blood everywhere. And that used to be, remember, I don't know, like maybe when you were younger as a teen, you remember the game Mortal Kombat, where they had the blood. And
we loved it. Like,
yeah,
it was like
you
the graphic, gory kill at the end.
Yeah. So finish him. But the thing is that Nintendo, when they released that game, they cut out the blood because it was considered glorifying violence and death and all that. Well, think of where we are now, and it's like almost every video game. Doom, I played through the new Doom or the 2016 Doom on Supreme Lord Commander. And, I had fun doing it because that's the type of guy I am. I'm going to have fun. But like the amount of graphic violence, like when you kill these monsters, their brains split open and there's, organs flying and all that. It's like extremely gory. It's all satanic as well. So I believe you are onto something here and this could be, a third world war that they whip up. I believe that China, Iran, North Korea, these types of nations could all, be used as specters, and they could create this war just like out of 1984, where, bombs are going off in cities, and it's just, it's the New World Order that's just orchestrated it all. Okay, today we're bombing China, tomorrow we're bombing New York, whatever. And you could channel all these people that have been unemployed by this massive, the world's biggest depression, economic reset in the history of the world. Yeah.
Keep going.
And then think about this. You would channel all these people, and you would use the propaganda of the media and everything else to program them into being soldiers. Now, we're both in the military. We know that when you're trained to be a soldier, you're not trained to be a good human being, right? I mean, it's nothing to do with that. You're trained to be a killer
and accomplish the mission.
Yeah.
Hey, and also, do you mind, Jeff? I think on your end, I'm getting some echo. People are saying, Can you turn the volume down on your side? Do you mind, please?
Yeah. I can actually put on my headphones here.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
No problem. No, I'm glad you told me, because it'll just be a second before you hear me.
Okay. Hey, I'm going to take this moment just to say to the people, hey guys, thank you all so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. I hope you're in. Yep. I'm just saying hi to the folks, and I'm just letting them know thank you for being here, guys. I really appreciate you. And I hope you're enjoying the show. And I'm not even keeping track of time. I just looked down. It's been 2.5 hours. Jeff, did you need a few minutes of a break or anything? Are you doing okay?
No, I'm fine. If you want to take a little break, though, I can do that.
Okay. I'm good too, man. So we'll keep on rolling, but good. I just want to say thanks again, people. Thanks for the moderators out there as well. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you got a fantastic audience, and we got like 2,500 people watching. It's just incredible.
That's great, man.
Do you know the film Starship Troopers?
Man, that was one of those that my dad took me to the theater to see. I was little when that came out, and I loved it. Of course, as years went on, I realized it's major military programming, amongst other things. But it was so intense. I mean, it's so violent. I remember that as a child, how crazy that was.
Yeah, I too think it's a very extremely well done film, and it was well ahead of its time. And it's Paul Verhoeven, who's the director of RoboCop. And Total Recall.
Another one I loved. And
exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing is that people should pay close attention to the film Starship Troopers and the book by Robert A. Heinlein. Now, they're different in many ways, but they are a military dictatorship. And this is very important because in the film, and like I believe it's the same in the book, the basic sort of civilization that they have is that it's a military dictatorship. Now, there are people who have normal jobs, like, being teachers and stuff like that. But the only people that have the right to vote are people in the military, right? And they're at constant war. So they're at constant war against the bug species, that, have several solar systems out in space, sort of thing. And they're constantly launching attacks against the humans, right? So the kids are brought up in a militarized state. And the interesting thing about the film, and I think Verhoeven purposely did this, was that the big question was this: if you were in a military dictatorship, would you know it? And would you hate it? Or would you just exist blissfully in it?
I think most people, I think most people just want to survive. And I'm pretty sure you and I are in the same situation. I think we're both bachelors. I'm not sure about your situation. You don't have to say if you don't want to, but I am. I don't have any children. So I always have to keep in mind there's millions of people out there that have children and have wives and husbands and families. So I feel it's a little different. I don't know.
Yeah, what I meant to say by this is that you could create a society that's constantly at war, like in 1984 or in Starship Troopers. Now, 1984, the society that's at war all the time with Winston, right? It's like, from the reader's perspective, it's hell, right? And from the character's perspective, it's hell because he starts to wake up, right? They feed him information and he starts to wake up to the whole reality of how it's all an illusion, and it's the government itself that's bombarding the people. And he because he's involved in the propaganda system, he's aware that he's constantly rewriting the history every day, sort of thing. And all that. So you see it through his eyes. In Starship Troopers, it's different because you have the kids that are brought up in this military dictatorship, and they grow up loving military and war, and it's seen as honorable. And the film is depicted as that way. It's almost like 90210 in boot camp and fighting aliens, sort of thing, right? Because like they're all these attractive looking teens, right, as the main characters, and they're kind of flaky characters and all that, but they're existing in this hell, but at the same time they're kind of loving it, right? And they have the scene in Starship Troopers, which is extremely predictively programming, which is the multi-sex or the genderless showers. You remember where they're all...
Man, I'm so glad you're hitting on that. And I know we were going, I'll just toss in real quick as well. A classic example of the predictive programming we've all been under for so many years in our media is that, like you said, this kind of genderless bathroom, genderless showers, men, women changing next to each other. But we know that's getting people ready for the prisons,
Yes.
But go ahead.
Yes, exactly. And also potentially for a military dictatorship, a constant war. Because that's in the both in 1984 and in Starship Troopers, that's the situation. Though in Starship Troopers, as is depicted in the film, there actually is an alien bug species that they're constantly at war with, right? And it's a brutal war, and both sides commit horrible atrocities against each other.
The brain sucker, I'll never forget that thing. It's a nightmare.
So, sorry, go ahead. I would cut you off.
No, I just was laughing. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
Yeah, okay. So the thing is this, like what you're saying is that what they could do moving forward to get rid of the biggest way to depopulate throughout history has always been war and famine and disease, right? And they all come together, right? The four horsemen of the apocalypse, and of course you've seen it all over. The pale horse has been everywhere these days. They've been throwing it in movies and in Game of Thrones and everything.
And again, I want to give it's another spoiler, sorry, for this either show or video I'll do this week about all the weird symbols I'm finding around this. I did the video about the four horsemen, of course, with the COVID many weeks ago. I think it was in Singapore last week. There was video of a white horse running loose through the streets. Nobody knew where it came from. And right, again, man. So yeah, it's just everywhere. And that's why, that coupled with the obvious 33 messages they're sending out, we know this is part of the plan. Again, what does that mean? I don't know. Does that mean this is end game? It's over in a couple weeks or a month, or I don't know. I feel like it's going to play out a bit, and it's mainly going to be the financial repercussions that's going to be the big issue. And again, that's why I go to, uh, even biblically, there's a war, it talks about the dragon and all this China. And I'm just wondering if how close we are to that sometimes.
Yeah, and
I don't know.
that's what I think is. I think you're onto something. And you were mentioning yesterday in your show, which I caught there, where you're talking about the military being trained for underground warfare,
Yeah.
which is really disturbing.
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause-
I don't know if you guys have heard about this, and some of you maybe missed the show last night. But I showed a story from military.com, which is straight Pentagon, military.com from a couple of years ago, back in, I think it's October 2017. And they were talking about future wars were going to be fought underground, that they were already looking for recruits for this new program. They're already doing all this training. And then I showed a story from over the last couple of months where they're talking about the same thing. Now all these military groups or Homeland Security or one of these groups are moving to, what is it, Northwoods or something, Operation Northwoods, or one of these underground areas. There's 3 different major military groups in the last month that have moved to these major underground installments. So you start putting these things together. I mentioned last night, and I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to start drawing some threads together. Perhaps I'll make a video if I find something solid. But it does seem like something's coming for some kind of underground war. Then the fact that we're hearing about it now, I wonder, is this connected to the mysterious booms we started hearing? I believe it was in 2017, which was one of the main years where I remember dozens of stories coming out, mainly in America, but some in other parts of the world, of mysterious booms taking place underground. We had some in Oklahoma, my home state, as well.
yeah,
So I wonder.
yeah, and there's a lot of different conspiracies rolling around that something major is going to go down. People have been floating Yellowstone, or major volcanic eruptions, or the comets or asteroids and stuff like that, and they know of some sort of big event that's going to happen. I don't buy those, but I do keep those on the table as possibilities. But I think it's much more like, the way I see the whole thing rolling out is that they definitely want to microchip us all, like get the Bill Gates tattoo and create this complete surveillance state. But there is, like with the dumbs, right, the underground bunkers and all that, there is a lot of activity going on. There's apparently a lot of military activity going on at these military underground bases. There's even a lot of corporate media stories on this over the past few weeks or few months.
And the hundreds of CEOs that have been stepping down. Go ahead.
That's true too. Yeah, more than that too. I mean, hundreds now that have been stepping down, and these are all the top players. They're not like small corporations. These are like Fortune 500 corporations. From Jeffrey Bezos to Bill Gates to so many others out there that have stepped down. So there is, but it could also be this. This is a possibility as well, is that they just let us duke it out on the surface and they all go underground, right? Like they could do things like EMPs, so you could have like a third world war type scenario, and then you hit, because the Q has been putting out all that information that there's going to be 3 days or 7 days or 10 days of darkness, and that's when the purge is all going to happen and stuff like that. So there are possibilities that they have. Like, I believe they've got a lot of things planned that they're going to. I don't want to freak people out, but like they've got other things coming. It's not like they're just gonna. They're never gonna let us go back. I hope people understand this. I don't mean to be a downer, a Debbie Downer type thing, or a doomsday dude, but they're never going to let things go back to normal. It's never going to be the same. This is a black swan event, and you're seeing it like the reset of the currency is for real. The whole crash of the economy is real. The whole surveillance grid and the 5G and the microwave towers. The facial recognition, all that's all happening. Like, they are changing everything with this event. And then what else will come? And as you say, you could speculate a war, and an orchestrated war between the world powers, and make it look like it's something real, and just have strategic bombing and just terrorize the citizens, a la 1984. I think is a possibility.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a biblical war where all nations are basically turning around Israel. It's all going to be centered on Israel, is the idea. So that's what many people are watching. But then there's also a lot of different interpretations about the idea of the Antichrist being in the third temple. Some people look at that as more of a thing with the body, more of a metaphor. These are discussions for another time, I'm sure. But yeah, exactly. There's going to have to be some element of that coming, I believe. I just don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I imagine it's going to be, we know what the teams are going to be, most likely Iran, Russia, and China together.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, what will it be? It'll never be what they show us it is, and that's the whole reality of our world, is that we are witnessing like a combination of 1984 meets frickin' Brave New World meets
Oh,
Gattaca meets
all of it. All of it. Yeah.
all
Hunger
of it.
Games,
The Hunger
Logan's
Games.
Run. Yeah, man, it's all in there. It's absolutely fascinating.
Interesting too.
I'm grateful to be alive at this time. I'll say that. I really am. I'm grateful to be alive. I'm grateful that I quote woke up when I did 14 years ago, still out in Los Angeles, and I'm sure you are too. I'm grateful we've had a chance to be in this, to see communities, to actually reach out and help people and have them even help us. As you mentioned earlier, you've got a great following as well.
Mhm.
Your people send you great ideas and stories, and same with me, man. It's a sharing thing. This isn't just a show. It's not the Jeff show or the KJ show. I mean, these are communities we built. It's a beautiful thing. This in a sense, this is humanity fighting back. You know what we have, right?
Yeah, I agree, and I think that, you know, the challenge that we have right now, because I don't want to make people think things are hopeless. I mean, the challenge that we have now, and I say this a lot, where it's just a fundamental sort of thing. I think, like, it doesn't really matter what your religious beliefs are, or spirituality, all these different things, even your politics. But if we can all agree on basic rights, like the, say, constitutional rights, the Bill of Rights, right? If we can all agree that those things are sacred and shall never be infringed, right? So, like, that's what I try to say to folks, with how to approach this, is that the major threat that we have with this whole pandemic thing is that they can just do this anytime, and they've shown us now that they can do this, where they can just say, well, yeah, it's nice you had rights, but sorry, pandemic, martial law now, right? And that is unacceptable, because really, what's the point of us having those rights if they can just waive them at will, right? If they can create these operations and just whoosh, sorry, you had those rights, but now we're in a different situation.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing that scares me a lot with this is that they can just incrementally chip away at our rights, and hit us over and over again with these waves, in which they just keep rolling out the whole grid system of this complete Orwellian control. And so the crucial time is right now, while we still have some rights left, and we still have some representation within government and within police and municipalities and stuff like that, that we all recognize the incredible threat, and that, like, the best thing that could come out of this is if enough people wake up and realize that, oh my God, look what they did with Corona. We can never allow that type of control to be permitted ever again. Like, I think it's absolutely crucial right now for people to realize how deadly the threat is to all of us with what they're doing at this moment, and that we should try to stop this from going forward, and then we should make sure that it never happens again. That no matter what situation, we can never sacrifice our rights, because there's no point in having them if they can just sweep them aside. And I really believe this so fully. Like, I don't believe there's any situation really that justifies martial law, right? You could say, well, if there's a major plague and people are dropping dead, well, then people are dropping dead, right? But you should still have your rights. if there's a war, well, yeah, there's a war, but it doesn't mean you don't have any rights. Like, why do you have to give up your rights? There's an alien invasion. Okay, that's fine, but you don't need the government to bash people's doors down and forcibly quarantine them, right? The scary thing is that martial law is one of these things that I think is fundamentally against all, against freedom. And that what scares me so much is that they'll never ever allow us to have that freedom again, and that they'll keep tightening the screw as we move forward. Like they'll dangle that carrot out in front of us and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna, like Trump said. He said by Easter, right? He said Easter, we're gonna get back. People are gonna be in the churches. The churches will be packed, right? No, it hasn't happened.
Hey, did you get your payment in Canada yet, or how's that looking?
Well, that's it. I'm not getting any payment. That's not, but have people gotten it yet? I don't think so. I don't really know. I haven't looked into it over the past few days, but I think they're starting that whole process. I know there's gazillions of people in the United States that are filing for it, and same here in Canada.
It's crazy. It is crazy out here. I mean, like I said, the ramifications are obviously, the ripples are going to last for quite a while, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it all plays out. I always keep, a hope and a faith, of course, with my faith. I'm a follower of Christ. I don't like using the term Christian, but that's what I say, and that's what I've always said, is that's my anchor personally. I think that's what all of this is about. That's the end game, Antichrist, all of this stuff. And especially when it comes to taking a mark, whatever this thing's going to be, it'll be obvious as well. I've seen people say it's going to be a shot that you have to take first from Bill Gates, and it's going to be it. And then you're going to be, it'll be a very obvious thing. I mean, they know, these people, these Luciferians know it's coming. This is what they've been pushing for years. This is what they want. So they know it's coming. And they know it has to come. This is part of a prophecy. So that's what it comes down to. And ultimately, and if you don't choose Christ, if you don't choose a belief in God, then I hope you'll at least choose to not live in any form of fear. That's the thing. These
fear
things,
is the mind killer.
Yeah, and these things feed on fear. These entities feed on fear. Hey, I wanted to do this too. I wanted to switch it up a bit and do this because we've been going about almost 3 hours. Let's do this. Are you down with just taking open questions from the audience?
Absolutely. It'd be my pleasure.
Man, me too. Hey, guys, here's what we'll do. Ask us anything, is AKA. Ask us anything. And just put, if you don't mind, question as the first word. And then after that, whatever your question is or whatever statement you want to make. And Jeff and I'll put it up on the screen and we'll talk about it. Also, for those of you sending super chat, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, thanks. I couldn't see your name, or I couldn't see when you did this because I was talking, or I would have put you up there on screen. All right. So once again, folks, if you have any questions for Jeff or I, please say question first and then pose your question or make a comment. You okay with that, Jeff?
Absolutely.
All right, cool.
I'll leave it to you to take the questions.
No problem. I'm taking a look here. Let's see. And they'll come. We got a lot of people here. Thanks again, you guys. Do you guys, here we go. That's one this the first one I've seen is this one. 1 second. Okay, here we go. First one, question. Do you guys know what each other look like? From Chen B. Good question. We don't. No. I'm curious too. I'm really, again, I'm not a Pollyanna, but I try to think positively. Maybe this thing, we get a break for a while. Maybe they release, we can travel again. I'd love to go to Canada. My dad has a lot of family in Canada. Well, I've never been there.
Oh, wow.
But but he's always telling me, because I want to get a trailer and a truck and just live in a trailer. He's like, go to Canada. He's always talking about Canada, and it's beautiful. So I'd love to go meet Jeff. But no, we've never seen each other. Right? Have we?
Yeah. No.
I don't think so. All right. Okay.
But I'd be up for that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to
get myself out of the city, but
yeah, man. We'll have
that would
to,
be amazing. Yeah.
Behind the scenes, we'll be on
have a big barbecue and a bunch of beers and
oh yeah. That'd be great, man.
Do a live show.
Okay, yeah. So
Go
here's
ahead.
the next one. From my mouth shall speak truth. What will it take for us to take action as a group? Jeff covered some of that earlier. As a group, neither one of us promote any kind of violence or anything like this. The only kind of violence I would see is if somebody's putting hands on you, if people are, kicking
Yeah.
your door down someday and doing something, then I understand protecting yourself. I'm okay with that. But yeah, let's not be the first ones to raise a fist. So, sharing information. This really is an info war, as AJ used to say, but it really is an info war. So sharing information that you trust. Maybe you don't like all of our videos, but you like a couple. We'll take
Yeah.
those videos, share them with your friends. And let people know, man. Let's take a look. That's what we got to do, right? Jeff,
How
what are
about
your
this?
ideas?
I got a couple suggestions with this. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I've said it many times on my show where it's like, you buy those little memory sticks or burn CDs or DVD. I know people don't use those these days, but whatever, like say those little memory sticks or memory cards, if you can get them cheap, buy a bunch of them and just stick the best stuff you can and just leave it on buses and parks and subways and
Ah,
stuff
good
like that.
idea.
Yeah. And put just, put a simple thing on it. Watch this or truth or,
Well,
save
hey,
humanity or something.
Uh, I love it. Check this out. And guys, run with this too. It's right along these lines. I mentioned this last night on the show that I'm burning copies of the scariest movie ever made 2020. I can't sell it because it's not my original content. And I'll talk about it later. I'll put a PO box and I'll send I'm gonna make 50 copies and send them out. But I'm also waiting on an order of these little they're not really business card. Yeah, business cards. And on one side it says, "Have you seen the scariest movie ever made?" And on the other side it's the website, so they can just go there and watch it for free. And I'll be taking these, scattering them around. You take them into bars, put them up on the billboard. But I'll put like 5 of those in every packet with every disc I send out, just so people can do that. But I just wanted to add that in as well. That's another way we can do it. Let's spread these seeds. Lead people into the truth. Again, we don't have all the answers, but we have enough, for them to finally break through. I know I've seen it. I know you've seen it.
Mhm.
So, right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the next one here. I think this one is, what is your best case scenario outcome for the near future from Awakened Mind? Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, kind of what I said before, where I think that if we can stop what they're up to, or we can, like just get enough people to stand up and say enough, and then they back off, and in that space and time that they do, we get as many people that we can together and say never again, sort of thing, that we'll never trade our security, or we'll never trade our liberty for security ever again. That we will put our security or our liberties, pardon me, ahead of everything, no matter what it is.
But some may say to you, but will it matter? Because the mainstream media, being a major, of course, part of the beast system, isn't going to cover anything that matters. What would you say to something like that?
Well, the beast system has to fall, that's for sure, and it's going to take. Uh, we've got numbers, so that's one thing that we do have. It's just that most people are still in the spell. But if you can break these people, because the reality is about the sheeple, the sleeple, and I know it's a derogatory thing, but I'm just saying people that aren't. I'm trying to be brevity here, kind of thing, with the unawakened masses. Let's just say that
Right.
they're directly in the crosshairs, and that they are going to suffer, and they are suffering massively, and they are dying massively because of what's going on. And the sleeping masses need to be awakened. And if they are, then we've got a force, right? Because then, and it doesn't take 50% or 75%. It only takes about 10% of the population to really enforce change, because that's a significant number of people, and you just can't get rid of that. You can't just wipe it out. Or maybe they could if they get their way, sort of thing. But we've got, maybe this is the last chance that we'll ever have to stand up. So, and any chance that we get, any window that we get, we have to be as active and as vocal and as raising awareness as possible to the New World Order itself and their whole plans. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's great. And I mean, I'll add, just kind of from my perspective, that best case scenario for the outcome. I'm dealing with prophecy. I'm eschatology. That's just kind of the thing I've always been drawn to. I've talked my story before. When I was 13, I was freaking out because I thought I was living, that I was going to live to see the end of the world, even at 13 years old. So this has been my focus. Even with that, I try to make sure I stay cool, calm, reasonable, and detached from these things, and not just jump in and like, this is it, guys. It's, because that's easy to do too. So I
Yeah.
try to kind of, but yeah, I guess biblically speaking, ultimately what's going to happen is that there's a time of sorrows. I believe we're in that right now on a level. There will be an antichrist, world leader. I mean, once that happens, man, that's another one of those. It's game over. We all get it. Not game over like you're dead, but I mean game over that there's no more illusion. Now we understand because a lot of us have been talking about this for many years. Then you'll see it in real life. Okay, now we get it. This is what's happening. It's very clear at that point that there is a line between the sheep and the goats, or the wheat and the tares. You have but two choices to make: either go with the Lord, which may be a violent, a quick death, a guillotine type death, or something else, or go with the system and suffer this wound and want to die but not be able to, and be probably sucked into some weird virtual reality constant worship thing where you're looking at the image of the beast, whatever that beast may be. It just sounds horrible, complete and total just enslavement. It'll be interesting. It's going to be interesting to say the least. But again, victory, I believe, victory in Christ, victory in your relationship with the Lord, victory in turning yourself over to that system and being rectified from this system, admitting you're a wretch, admitting that you're a sinner, we're bad, and we needed that sacrifice from Christ, and it was real, and it really happened, even though Christianity itself is a farce created from Rome. We know this. Before that, there was a Yeshua. There is a true Christ, the true words we found in the word from him as well. So that's what it all boils down to. This is why I go into this stuff without any fear. I mentioned last night I had a short involvement with a cousin recently that was scared to hug me after we talked for a little bit. And that kind of freaked me out, it bummed me out. Same with like my family. I got some other family more immediate, even my mom, who's still scared to, to touch or to hug or something like that. And it's just, again, this kind of fear.
That's really bad because
Isn't that crazy?
because that's what makes us human, And
Yeah.
it's like this whole enforcement of this quarantine is so inhuman, and it's like the children not allowed to play with each other, not allowed to touch each other, and it's like I was saying this to my audience. I was saying, like, could you imagine trying to get dogs in the park not to play with each other? You guys got to stay 6 feet apart.
Yeah.
It's the most natural thing in the world for kids to be with each other and play with each other and be touch each other and all that. And a family, of course, as well, because that breaks down. It's so bad for children to be brought up without hugs and all that, because it dehumanizes.
Right. It's
us.
important.
Yeah.
I mean, but all right, folks. So I'll end on that. I mean, best case scenario, the 1,000-year reign of Christ on earth, which comes after the Antichrist falls and is thrown into the pit and all that for 1,000 years. So there's glory awaits. There's good things that come, but in that wait, my separation from religion and faith is that I don't want to be lazy about it and just quote pray it all away and think it's going to be fine. I'm fighting. Jeff's fighting. We're doing the best we can. You guys are fighting. You share information. You would try to wake up your friends, your family, or you're just being good parents. Like that's a big thing. Just raising the little ones the right way. That's huge. But all right, Awakened Mind. Thanks for that one. I'll do it. This one right here, I can answer from Tenjo. Video showing Chubbs. I've got a video of Chubbs on my Instagram, which is under KJ Osborne with a Z, OZBORNE. So please check that out. I'll do an updated one
How
soon.
chubby is he?
Oh, he's probably about 25 pounds. That's pretty big.
Oh my gosh.
He's a big kid. Though. All right, here's a new one. Don't you think that the vaccination is already a mark of the beast, Jeff? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I mean, if anything, it's now, and I've thought of scenarios where what if the first wave is just a shot or something? It's not the tag or whatever. But even with that, if it's something global that they make mandatory, I think I'm going to have to fight against that one too, because I don't even take the flu shot. Every year, my mom, God bless her, but every year, did you take your flu shot? And I don't like to lie to her. I just tell her, I don't. I said, Mom, I don't believe in that. But every year we have the same discussion. It's been that way forever. But yeah, so if they get to a mandatory global vaccine, no matter what form it comes in, whether it's the actual mark of the beast or not, we're gonna have some problems. And it won't just be me, it'll be millions of us, I'm sure.
Yeah. Don't forget, this is the entire world. So they might underestimate, they might overplay their hand. We've got, 8 billion people or whatever on this planet. I know they want to radically change that, but that's a lot of people all around the world, and a lot of people in a lot of places are starting to question what's going on. I mean, this could be the greatest awakening ever. So let's keep positive,
Seriously.
folks. I know it seems overwhelming, and I get overwhelmed by it, but keep positive, because this could be the end of the New World Order, or the beginning of the end, sort of thing, where there's just this huge awakening, and people are like, "Oh my God," and it gets out, and they can't stop it, and then it spreads all around the world. So, like, instead of a pandemic type thing, we have a truth spreading all over the world, where all these people are like, "Oh my gosh, these people tried this shadow government tried to carry this out, and we've got to make sure this never happens again." So,
Good one.
yeah.
Good one. Good point. Yeah, man. All right, I'll move on to Nikki Dolce is the next one I find. And it says, I'm sorry, it's Faith Mountain Media. It says, what made you return to the Lord? Now, I don't know if that's it's maybe for me, but I mean, Jeff, I don't know I'll answer quickly. But when I was 11 years old, I was raised in a Church of Christ in the Midwest. So when I was 11 years old, and ever since I was little, I believed in God. I've told you all about it. I had my own as a little kid experiences with the shadow person, the Hat Man. I thought it was a cowboy when I was a little kid, but I had some weird experiences as a child, and always had just strange. I see the 111s everywhere. I've always had something strange and spiritual, if you will, happening. So as a child, I felt I knew God, but at 11, I got baptized and saved. But then as years went on, I just was like most Christians in America. I kind of did whatever the heck I wanted to do, no matter what, because I knew that I was saved by Jesus. So I just lived a very kind of, I don't want to say debaucherous. I'm a good guy, but I just really did whatever I wanted to do, for a long time there. But then when I really woke up to this stuff, when I lived in Los Angeles and I was working in television for many years, but when I woke up to all this, which was originally, it was the Bohemian Grove footage that got me from Alex Jones. And I kept going back to it for about 3 days saying, this is BS. The kids can't be real. Who is this guy? And I'd never been on social media. I just started getting into YouTube. Had a lot of extra time in my hands at that point. I was staying in Chinatown in Los Angeles. But yeah, that pretty much changed everything from there. Once I started seeing that, I really understood the truth of God, the truth of Jesus Christ, even though that's not his real name. We know it's Yeshua. We can get into all that stuff, but I try to just keep it simple as a child. That's the message I learned from the Bible, is keep it simple. And so I keep it simple. I believe in the Lord God. I believe in the Word. I understand some things have been added and taken away, but God has it the way he wants it for a reason. I believe in Christ. I believe in the story. But again, I know a lot of this stuff was altered and changed through Rome. And even the image they gave us is probably Constantine of Jesus. And we have Easter egg hunts, which mean Ishtar, and all goes back to pagan religions and mother goddess worship. I get all that stuff. But if you can find him, it's not the easiest thing, but if you can find him, you'll know. And when you do, it all makes sense. And there's no more fear. It's beautiful. That's been my experience. I'm rambling. Anyway, there you go. Jeff, anything?
Yeah, no, God has been there for me when I've called him, and I've always been watched out over. I believe in what I do, and I believe that he watches over me, because the work that I do is important. So that's the way I kind of, guide myself spiritually through the chaos that they're unleashing. Is that, we do have something beyond their control that is there protecting us. So yeah.
That's great, man. I appreciate that. And it's also, I think you and I share not to get too deep into this, but I also get freaked out by people that are too religious, and that's just me, because I'm not an overly religious person.
Yeah.
Even the church I was raised in was very. They believe some denominations of it believe they're the only ones going to heaven. So I was raised kind of with some of that stuff. Uh, yeah, so it's some of the religious stuff, and religious people have been some of my biggest enemies online. I've had a lot of very religious Christians come at me and think I'm bad. I know you've had some of that stuff, so it gets kind of gray and complicated, but I'm with you, man. We keep it simple. We have our own relationship. I don't run around talking about it a whole lot, but I feel it's important to drop it every now and then, and give people a way out, an answer. All right, let's move on to the next one here. This one is, have you heard of nanotechnology vaccines, and what do you think of it? I've heard of it, but I don't know what I think of it. What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah, I've covered it a lot. Well, not a lot, but I did a whole podcast with my friend Camille. Please stop the ride there on Jeff C Live. If people want to see that, it's very oh boy, it's the nanotech is a whole nother thing that they are massively involved in, and everyone should be extremely concerned because they have said over and over again that everyone on the planet will have nanotech in their blood system, in their body by the year 2030. And most of that's going to come through vaccinations, but they could also put it in foods and beverages and whatnot. In fact, they're already probably doing it to a certain extent. And yeah, the nanotech, the vaccinations, all the new sort of science going to the vaccinations actually involves nanotech. And these corporations that are producing a lot of these modern vaccines are heavily involved in this. And it's something we should all be very, very concerned about.
Interesting, man. There's a news story that I meant to tell the people about last night that I clicked on earlier today, and there's like 4 or 5 I'd forgot to put up last night, so I'll do them next week. But one of them is that I've entered my movie, The Scariest Movie Ever Made, into about 30 different film festivals all around the world. So far, it's been turned down by 6, but it's still in a whole bunch, and I'm waiting to see what happens. But I get updates sometimes from these film festivals in my email, and I got one this past week about a documentary that's come out and starting to win awards, and it's about Morgellons. I know it's a bit of a stretch, that kind of connection there, but it just made me think of it. So there are people out there talking more about Morgellons disease, and I guess this movie takes both sides, that it's just a psychological issue or that it is actually something connected with chemtrails and all this other stuff. So I don't know if you know anything about that, but I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, I think, I don't really get into the Morgellons thing, but I do think that nanotech is where they're going. So they're already there, and this is going to be, it already is one of the fastest growing industries. And if you see the amount of big wigs and the insider trading that's going into these nanotech corporations, you can see that they really see this. In fact, in many ways, you could say that the next age of humanity will be the nanotech age. It's absolutely huge, and it's very scary. So I don't want it's just like throwing
No, it's
fear
good.
onto the whole smorgasbord of New World Order, that they're
Oh,
throwing at us. But it is a big part of what they're involved in, and yeah, you should definitely be very concerned about where it's all going. Also, with they're going to use nanotech to control the crops and everything on the earth as well. I mean, there's just so much to it.
well,
So
I'll throw in kind of the weird angle, which I'm good at sometimes, but excuse me, there's a specific kind of UFO. In fact, there's another video I'm going to put together. I've been talking about those ring smoke UFOs for many years. I've done a few videos on those. And of course, had so many people try to debunk that. But I recently found proof of those things from all the way back in 1943. But anyway, as I always go through the UFO stuff, but there's a specific type that showed up over the last couple of years in the skies. I found maybe 7 or 8 different examples of it. I did a video on it maybe a year ago or so. I think it was called, "Is This the Grim Reaper?" Something goofy, but it looks like, and in this, I'm just saying, in the comments, a lot of people were saying, I wonder if it's a bunch of nanotech running together, but it looks like those monsters from Harry Potter, the Grim Reaper type looking things that fly through the air. They're black. They look like they have a tail behind them that's like flittering in the wind. It's absolutely insane. There's one image of this thing, and they play this on Fox News, so you have to wonder, but they play this on Fox News, and I don't know if that's a soft disclosure, but it was somebody in England filming it from an airplane, and this thing came up from a cloud, stopped, and did a 90-degree turn and started flying along with the airplane with this tail behind it. And I'm just saying, this is my weird stuff. You know me, Jeff.
It's
All
like
right.
the thing on the show Lost, eh?
Oh yeah, exactly, like the smoke monster. But
Yeah.
so a lot of people were like, I think it's nanotech, and I'm just saying, again, guys, not saying that's what it is, but we're throwing out the woo-woo here. What if there's some nanotech kind of thing out there that just, it's a hive mind itself running around loose in the skies for whatever purpose? I don't know, but anyway, I know we're going off the rails here, folks, but this is what we do.
It's cool. It's all
Welcome
good.
to the madness. Yeah. All right, I'll jump to the next one. James Wilson, is this an engineered diversion for Atlas Comet? Closures of observatories pulling a
Yep.
Greenland trailer. Yeah, I mentioned that last night. I don't know, but the comet stuff, I'll tell you something. I've always been, even when I was still in the military, even back to Alaska. I remember being somewhere in Alaska, maybe it was Juneau. We were like pulling back inland for something, had a few days inland, and I used to even listen to Art Bell back then. That's where I first heard of Art Bell. Do you know who Art Bell is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, we had a little shack in the middle of nowhere in Kodiak, Alaska, where our boat would be on the pier, and we'd have to stand watching the shack with this old radio. And I remember out there one night hearing a Bigfoot story, and it lasted 4 hours. And that's when I discovered Art Bell. I was like, this is perfect. I love this. So I was always into the Art Bell stuff and all that as well. And just all the stranger type stuff. But the point I'm getting to is, I remember shortly after finding Art Bell, within a few months, he had somebody come on one night. And this is one of those things where I go into the shack at midnight. I'm on till like 6 in the morning or something. But he had a guy come on that was a scientist that was so convincing. And he was saying that there was a comet coming for the Earth. The mainstream media wasn't covering, and it was going to be here within just a couple of months, and that it was going to wipe out, a lot of people. It was going to be a really big deal. The guy was very convincing. I was scared to death for several weeks, scared to death.
Yeah.
But that was a lesson for me. I mean, I was really terrified. Like, I was trembling, thinking of calling my parents and saying I love them, and I didn't, but I didn't want to be that guy just in case. I'm glad I didn't now. But I'm just saying that I learned early on with this stuff to be very careful when it comes to the comet stuff, right? Especially.
I could comment on this as well, because I have been examining that angle. I know there's a character named Marfugel TV that pushes that. He's pushed a lot of funny business with this whole thing, and has flipped around like a fish out of water on what is actually going on. Because when he first started covering it, he was saying it was way worse, and millions are going to die, tens of millions. There is the closures of, there was the observatory today. I saw that as well. And there's been apparently a few of them. There's also been, we mentioned the dumbs before, the underground bunkers. There's been a lot of, and there's been a lot of talk about elites going into their bunkers. And it is always a possibility that there could be something that they just are concealing completely. And so I'll just throw it out there for folks that are curious about it, is that they're pushing the narrative that it's really an asteroid or some, tail of a comet or whatever, right? And they say Atlas and all that, but that kind of disintegrated recently. But that it's going to come by late in April. I think it's April 29th. And that the Earth is going to get hit, and they know this, and most people are going to die, sort of thing. So what they're doing is they're using this fake pandemic to get everyone to spend their last days together at home with their family, and that this is what it's all about, sort of thing. And that's why the underground bunkers are all active, and that's why they're shutting down some of the observatories. Now, I would say, okay, that is a possibility. But I would also say that's possible of a manipulation in which they want you to accept what they're doing by making you buy into that there's something doomsday coming, so that you don't stand up to the martial law and the police state, and you just say, oh, it's actually, a kind of a good thing because now you can just spend the last days together, sort of thing. So think of it in that way as
That's
a
such a
possibility.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's such a great way to explain the way that us critical thinkers have to think about everything.
Hmm.
Every event that happens, immediately I have to think: is this real?
Yeah.
Is this organic, or is it is this a mind controlled type assassin type situation, or was it government that shot the person and put the mind controlled goofball
Yes.
out
Yeah.
there,
Yeah. Yeah.
or what are the angles? I
Yeah.
mean, they had this one. I've been really watching close. I'm trying to see what comes out of it. They had this conductor, this train conductor in California, in Los Angeles, I think it was Southern California, went off the tracks going for that
Yeah.
Mercy, right? The
Yeah.
Mercy boat, I think. And even with that, the numerology I noticed on that was interesting. Is 21 was the name of the train, and 21 is the name of God. If you look that up, the meaning of 21 in the Bible, it's connected with the name of God. It's interesting. So I don't know if that means anything or whatever. It's one of the first things I look for is that kind of stuff, but still, I don't know exactly what happened there. But the official story from 5 or 6 sources I looked up was that he was saying that the boat's not really there for patients. There's a C virus conspiracy taking place. No one knows it's really happening. This is my one chance, so I had to take it
Yeah.
and do it.
Yeah.
But then I mentioned last night that I've heard. I want to call it rumors from people I trust, but some rumors of people they know that they heard an early report about that when it first came out, and the guy was saying that that boat's there to abduct Christians. I know this sounds kind of crazy because his wife had been taken from his home the day before, and she wasn't sick or anything, and it was a lot of people from her congregation or something. I'm supposing, but it was connected with something like that. So again, rumor, folks. Okay,
Yeah.
now I was watching because even I told my friend, like, if that comes out to be true, that's another one of those game changers. I mean, if they can actually come out and say they have this massive Navy boat abducting Christians with red crosses all over the sides of it, I mean, come on, folks. But again, right, we have to be careful. This could be another one of those "we are with you" moments that I talked about earlier.
I should mention over the years of doing this, there's been so many of these doomsday asteroids, and I can't even tell you. KJ, you must know this. I mean, like every year there's, I remember October 29th, and
oh yeah, 923.
yeah, and Comet Ison, Mayan 2012. I mean, we've covered all of these. Myself, I've covered them over and over again, and none of them have ever materialized. So it's a bit of cry wolf, but I would also say some of the channels that are involved in proliferating this, Atlas as being the real reason, and that this is all an extinction level event, are beyond uncredible. I would say they're very bad, but I still leave it on the table because of the activity. But it could, like, think about it like this, okay? How about this? CIA has all these different operations, right? I don't believe in Project Bluebeam either, right? So I don't know if some people.
Oh, I think it's going to be an event. Like, I think it's going to be. I've shown people for years these orbs. I have my own theory, but I think that something's going to be really at play there. They may be using blue beam for other things. There's some videos I find from UFOs that are questionable, and they make you wonder. And
yeah,
there's some really amazing, magical things happening in the skies, but it's almost always in Central and South America, which I find interesting, or in the Ukraine or Russia.
Take this into consideration.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to everybody out there. All right. If you have a massive operation, let's just say, from what we can see, because you can say like Bigfoot, for instance, or you could say, a lot aliens, right? UFOs and stuff like that. Those are all lizards, right? Lizard people, right? Those are all speculation. Nobody's got any concrete proof. It's all speculation. I leave things on the table. Like, I'll say, yeah, I don't disbelieve aliens. I don't disbelieve even Sasquatch, for that matter, right? I leave things on the table, but I focus on what the evidence provides. And so my focus is, look, they're bringing in martial law. They want to get us all vaccinated. They want to depopulate us. They want to, get the whole surveillance grid, right? Okay, if there's actually some massive comet that's going to come in, or an asteroid's going to hit us, why would they be setting up all the 5G? Why would they be setting up all the surveillance and the facial recognition and all that, right? Wouldn't they, wouldn't that stuff seem trivial in that sort of sense?
Good points.
So, I see it more as like that could be a sort of CIA diversion where they throw this type of stuff and they employ certain characters that are not credible to push those memes to divide people up into different directions so that there's no coordination and there's no real strong resistance. Because that's right out of the playbook of the GCHQ and 8200 and other NSA, is divide people up into all little groups and have them all disagreeing with each other and going in different directions and all that. And so that's like, but I still leave those things on the table as a possibility, and I do keep an eye on them. And I don't think you should discard anything absolutely.
Yeah, but I like that attitude.
Yeah, I think you have
absolutist.
To go where the real bulk of the the information shows, right? And that to me is the trail. So that's why I believe that's a diversion. But nonetheless, would they tell us if there was an asteroid coming? No.
and honestly, that wouldn't be the worst way to go. I mean, for real, not even being funny here. I mean, it's going to be an amazing light show, and by the time it hits with impact, everything, I mean, you're vaporized, so whatever.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
it doesn't matter. You wouldn't want to be in the underground bunkers anyways.
Oh,
right?
I wouldn't want to. No, I wouldn't want to be here for any of that stuff, wouldn't you? It'd be horrible. In fact, it's funny. There was a TV show, another example of predictive programming of the C-19 situation, from a TV show called The Last Man on Earth. Did you ever see that? With Will Forte, I think his name is.
I know there was a movie, but I don't think I think that's the show you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a TV show. It was a comedy. It was a 30-minute show. They did 3 or 4 seasons. But going back on that, there was a lot of moments where they talked about the same thing. There was a pandemic. There's a virus. A lot of times they're in biohazard suits, wiped out humanity, the whole thing. It was interesting. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit. So here, I'll jump off to the next one here. Sure. I think 2010 SJ, have you seen the video Ivanka Trump's message from this brave new world? And I have not.
No, I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, sorry, man. I haven't seen that.
Right, I don't think I would trust Ivanka Trump, but
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that either. Yeah. Exactly. There's some weird stuff there with her and her dad. But again, I try not to get into a lot of that stuff. I take the news as it comes. If he does something good, that's great. If he does something bad, there we go. That's not good. Question: do you know about OPEC petrodollar deal expiration on 3/31/2020? They're pumping so much oil that there is no place to store it. World War III ? From Christy Joy. Well, maybe that's why gas where I live is like $1.70 something a gallon. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's the cheapest it's ever been. Well, not ever been, but it's the cheapest it's been in decades here, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, Christy, that's one of those areas I'm not really hot on. I don't know much about economics and oil and all that, but
they've cut production.
Huh. Well, that would make sense then, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Again, they I don't know if it's halved or quartered production, or I mean, like they've cut down to 75% production or 50%, something like that. It's pretty significant. And yeah, here in Canada, the Alberta was one of the major oil producers of the world because of the massive tar sands, but it's very expensive to produce that oil. So Alberta's been basically wiped off the economic map now. It's in 25% unemployment here. And they just declared martial law as a result. Wow. So it's pretty nuts. The oil is very telltale. It's something to really pay attention to, and it goes to show you. I mean, I get NWO shills showing up in my.
I know you
comments.
do.
Yeah, and they'll boast.
I'm sorry, man, but do you have any moderators or no?
Oh yeah, sure, on my show,
okay,
yeah,
good.
But not all that many, but I do, yeah. And they're good. They've always. I wouldn't put somebody there that would be unfair to people.
Right.
If they were, I'd like people to let me know, sort of thing. But no, I'm saying not so much in the chat. Well, that always happens in the chat, anyways. But I don't really care about that. But I'm saying in the comments, and I get these comments like, "We control everything, basically, and you think you're going to be able to stop us." right? We control the oil, we control the tech industry, we control all the media, we control every element. And you think you people with your little YouTube channels are going to stand a prayer, right? I get stuff
Yeah.
like that. So, like they're boasting and beating their chest sort of thing.
Huh.
But then again, you might control all that stuff, but there's 8 billion of us. There's not
Right.
too many of
Yeah.
you, so better
You're
hope
right.
that those 8 billion don't wake up because
Oh, I guess I should say billions of us and thousands of them. I do think it's only thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. I don't know, but all right. Here's
yeah.
the next one, man, from Shay Thomas. And by the way, you doing? I like this. Are you doing okay with this?
Yeah. Can
You
you
got time?
I'll be 30 seconds. Why don't you take the question? I'll be right back. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna top
please
off my
do.
water. Okay.
Go ahead.
Go right
All
ahead.
right. From Shay Thomas, question: why did they kill the producer of Gray State and then allow it on Netflix? What did he know? What was edited out? It was a David Crowley, which Crowley, of course, questionable, but hey, I'm just saying. But David Crowley was the writer, producer, and director of Gray State. He's putting together the movie. I actually used all that came out was a trailer. He made a trailer to garner interest and get some financing for the movie. And in my movie, the scariest movie ever made, 2020, at the very end of my movie, the last 5-10 minutes, I put in some clips from Gray State as an end because I think that he really did capture what most of us see as kind of their end game. And it's not just from his movie that we get this idea. We've seen this for many years from whistleblowers, from writers, even in predictive programming in movies and TV shows and everything else. We know it's a part of it. Is this full-on lockdown, full-on martial law? Bible tells us guillotines eventually for people if you don't accept this mark of the beast. So it makes sense to a lot of us. It really hit a nerve. But there's a couple of documentaries on David Crowley and his family on Gray State. Maybe it's the one on Netflix I'm thinking of, but it was more negative towards him. But the thing that bothered me most about that is that if they're being honest, that at one point David Crowley and his wife started getting too deep into the occult. They were into the conspiracy theories and all this, of course, obviously. If you haven't seen the trailer, you should check it out. I really think they nailed it. But this is one of those questions where we get into the spiritual side of things for me, and I wonder, did they open some portals? Did they allow some demonic energy in? Because I feel these are people that maybe, and I've talked about this in the past, learning about the esoteric, learning about the occult, we have to be careful about falling in love with the knowledge. We have to remember that, at least for me, Christ is the center of everything. It always goes back to Jesus. It always goes back to Christ. That's the main thing. We don't know everything. We aren't our own gods. Nothing like this. We have to be careful. But perhaps they got too deep into the occult and the dark stuff, and they allowed some portals in. But they were getting into some real witchcraft and demonic type stuff there near the end. They were saying they were having experiences and seeing shadow people and having things like this happen.
Is this the deep state or the Gray State?
Yeah. Go ahead, man. I've go ahead.
Yeah, I remember when that came out. I remember it was trumped up massively by the usual suspects: Luke Radowski,
Yep.
Alex Jones, Mark Schuldice, and Paula Josephine Twatson, and many of the shills.
You've never liked him, have you?
No, I do not like these people because they are not good people. They're not honest people. And there are puppets, controlled assets of the intelligence operations that run this new world order. And I can prove that, and I have many times. But I find it very interesting. I've never seen the film, so I'm looking here on Wikipedia, and it's got Werner Herzog, who executive produced it, and he would be a really shady character. Because Werner Herzog is a major league producer, and he's also a movie star as well. And he's been involved.
He's in The Mandalorian as well.
That's right. He's in The Mandalorian, and he's done some excellent films like Aguirre, The Wrath of God is an absolute classic. But he also has produced fake documentaries, one of them called Grizzly Man. He's a New World Order guy. And again, Crowley as well as a name, Aleister Crowley, and it's spelled exactly the same. and also his death about his family was very, very, it seemed very theatrical, because it was like he had been murdered with his family and they were just left in the hallway bloodied, and they were there for weeks until a neighbor came over and looked through the window or something and saw them there. Isn't that how the story went?
I think so.
Yeah, so I would say, in my estimation, without seeing the film, I'd like to see it actually, because I think I should. I would say that that is a psyop on people waking up to put fear that this will happen to you if you start to go down this path.
Good point. Very good point.
That's
All
just, I don't know for sure. I'm just throwing that out there. But, you know.
No, and I'm glad I'm the same way, Jeff. It's always good we throw that out there as a disclaimer, and because neither one of us are like that. We're not Jim Jones over here. We're not trying to lead a cult and say we have all the answers.
Exactly.
We don't. But that's really the beauty of it.
It's a conversation,
It's a conversation. All right, here's another one, man. Steven Centerton says, how do we stop our children being forcibly vaccinated and us? Yeah. Well, that's another one of those, that's a game changer. I mean, if they ever get to the point we can see the possibilities now, which is really crazy, of them actually sending police or health officials to your home to vaccinate you and your family. Well, that's it's going to be a case-by-case basis, and I really hate that may be a possibility for some of you families out there. I don't want to tell you to do anything bad or violent, but I think it's something that might be a really good conversation to start having now with your family and with your children, and figuring something out. Jeff, what do you think about that?
They're going to do it, and they're saying they're going to do it. And they're making no bones about it. It's in the cards. And so this is why it's so important for people to take a stand now before they have complete martial law, which is almost here, right? But yes, there's already lots of videos circulating, which could be orchestrated, people being forced vaccinated, right? And it could be purposely released now to say that you're not going to be able to resist what we have coming. Bill Gates has stated it many times. Anthony Fauci stated it, that the only way that we ever get back to any sort of normalcy is when the entire planet is vaccinated, everybody.
Well, we'll see, right?
Yeah.
We'll see.
But people should, your body is your temple. Your family is your life, and there's a point in time where you're going to have to make a stand.
And this is a real world. Okay, here's an example. This real world stuff, guys. I don't think we're playing around here. A few weeks ago, I had to have a conversation with my mom specifically, explaining that there's a possibility, because she's terrified of this stuff. All right. She really is. She wears a mask in her house and everything. But I was like, look, there's a possibility that they're going to come out with a vaccine for this, and they're going to try to make everybody take it. And it's not going to be so good for us. It'll be a bad idea, a bad thing. Maybe even like, church stuff, like the mark of the beast. But even with that, these churches, most of them, I don't believe are talking about that, at least what I'm picking up. So, but even with that, I had to ask her, I was like, would you take it? And it was I didn't even like to think about it, honestly, man. It wasn't there's no anger or yelling or anything there. Me and my mom are really close, but I just had to really think that day, even as I was driving home, just with her reaction that, are we going to live to see that? Are we going to have to deal with that? Are we all, and we may, guys. It looks like we're in that season. You may come to that where it's going to be a global mandatory thing. Yep. Many of us are wise to it, and you'll have family, friends, husbands, wives, children turning against you.
Let me tell you, okay? You need to know this. Everybody needs to know this. It's not going to be pleasant for you. I've done a lot of work on this. I've covered this a lot. I've been like this whole thing that since it started, I've been on it, all over it. Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, Korea, South Korea, China, all these countries have pushed mandatory vaccinations. China just did it back in October 2019, just before this whole thing happened. Italy and Germany has just done it recently. France just did it recently as well. And they are making anti-vaccine against the law, no religious exemptions. And so country after country is doing this, and they're making it illegal to refuse vaccinations. And the only way that you can get an exemption is some sort of medical reason. So this is what they're doing, and it's coming here. They're gonna try, at the very least. They're gonna try, and
that's where we stand up, guys. That's where you fight back. Again, not with violence. Not, I'm taking my gun, man. None of this, right? Be cool, right? But numbers. There's power in numbers and strength in numbers. We can get enough people together to stand up against things like this. We can make a difference. We've seen that. I've shown people examples on my news show week to week of families communicating with each other and going to these libraries where they're having these trans story hours with children, and they're saying, no, we will not have this here, and they're bouncing out. Doesn't always happen, but it does in some cases. But just another example of how we got to fight. You go in love. You're not sitting there calling these people names, not trying, threatening violence.
Don't do what they want you to do.
Right. Don't do that. Come in love, but also be firm and strong. Right. We're not going to. Yeah.
There will also be a point, though, where you're going to have to make a stand at some point. If I mean, I think about it all the time, KJ. I think what would happen if they said you got no choice, or they're at your door sort of thing. And
I've got a side of me though, Jeff, that I'm fine with. I mean, if it comes to that, if it's really that out in the open and they're just chopping people's heads off, literally, man, I know where I'm going. That's just me. I'm like, fine, man, take my head. Or can I be, and this is I'm a writer and I went to film school and I worked in LA, or can I be a modern day Mad Max type figure, driving a really cool car, having chubs,
interceptor,
having a cool dog, having chubs, having a couple cool guns, sawed-off shotguns, and just saving people and kicking ass. I mean, right?
That's almost like a pleasant fantasy when you think about it.
It really is. Just dude being a dude, man. Just surviving and
just surviving in the wasteland, eating the dog food.
I love
it. Can of dog food.
All right, man. Here's another one. Mary C, you let me know as long as you go, because I like doing these. These are nice. It's good to communicate with folks.
Here. I love it.
Mary C, question: what are your thoughts on this? The Q indictments may be opposite and actually a safe passage bunker list for a big event that's coming? Question mark. Tom Hanks barcode above the door, a bunker? Question mark. All right, Mary, I'll throw you my first thoughts. We'll go to Jeff too. The Q thing I am just so suspect of. Now, I have enjoyed bouncing through that rabbit hole because I would say I've found, out of all the information I've seen come out of there, I found 35 to 45% to be really, really good and interesting information. It's led me in some other directions, but the rest of it was garbage. And it was, I felt like it was a carrot. I was being led by a carrot, like waiting on the indictments. They're going to lock her up. They're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to get all and it never happens for over 3 years. So I'm not a big fan of the Q thing personally. No offense to a lot of my friends out there that watch the show or into it. That's okay, guys. I just don't trust these anonymous groups that have inside information. Same thing with Anonymous itself. We are legion demons. I don't trust it.
Yeah, whatever.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, what difference is it going to make if Hillary Clinton and John Podesta and Tom Hanks are arrested anyways, right? You think it's going to stop the beast, right? It's, to me, it's like there is some good stuff with the Q for sure. They can't just give you all nonsense, but to me, what it is, I'm going to hate this. I don't like to say this, but I think it needs to be said. I think it's CIA Mossad operation, and I think that ultimately its objective is to get patriots and veterans to stand down when this tyranny goes through, with the promise that things, that it's all for the good. So, a sophisticated operation that targets patriots and veterans, armed Americans, and gets them to embrace the martial law. And as you know, with this carrot saying, "Oh my gosh, we're gonna got all these sealed indictments that we're gonna arrest all these people," and they've been pushing that forever. I mean, they have these characters like Liz Crocken and so many others that X22 and SGT
Oh
Report are
yeah,
always
yeah.
putting out this stuff. Those are not credible sources. They never have been, in my opinion. And yeah, I again, like, I don't want a war with Q. I know Q's listening. I'm not here. I mean, there is some good stuff that they provide for sure.
Well, did you
You know?
see that story? I mentioned it last night on the show. Again, not sure if you saw this part, but Alex Jones a week ago said that he was going to expose Q. He knew who both the guys were, and it is connected
Yeah.
to military intelligence. And
Yeah.
what do you think about that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Alex is himself. Yeah, we're gonna say, you know, he come out and say what he is. I'll say what he is. He's
small hats.
yeah,
I think
he's a
that's
small
how
hat
he's a
asset, right?
small hat asset. Yeah.
So, and that is very conclusive, and that's many years
Yeah.
of
Well,
reveal. But the
you know,
thing is,
one
he
of the
does.
one of the most disturbing things for me that stands out on Alex Jones, and this is some crazy stuff, but I mean, it was real, man, is that he did a live show and they took screenshots where he tried to show a news story on his iPhone, and you know how you have bookmarks, right?
Yeah,
And the bookmark comes up with tranny porn, man.
yeah, that's
I'm
so
like,
funny.
Alex, come on, man.
Oh
But it's
gosh.
just, and that's minor compared to the other things that have come out. However, again, I will say, I will never close myself off 100% from Alex Jones, because I have found some very solid information from him. But that's where, Jeff, you know, that's where people are lazy. Some people are lazy. They don't want to have to use their logic, their reason, their common sense, their critical thinking, their spiritual discernment. You know, it's hard to have to think these days because there's so much deception and fake news. But we have to.
Yeah.
You know, we can find the truth in there. Go ahead.
I honestly think the best thing that I've ever seen from Alex Jones is the Andrew Russo interview. You know,
Well, I forgot about that. Remind me.
yeah, he's the Hollywood. He was.
Oh yeah, with the microchips. That's
yeah,
right.
yeah, where he was friends with Nick Rockefeller, and he basically gave the lowdown, and it's all happening. So basically, everything that Andrew Russo has said, and he died. He got he got the cancer sandwich or whatever, right? Cancer gun.
He was in my original movie as well. Actually,
Yeah.
Same clip.
I honestly think he was being honest, that dude, and he took a stand against it and came out and said this is what they want to do. They want to microchip everybody. They want to get rid of the dollar. They want to have a virtual currency. They want to control all of humanity and depopulate and all that. And it's all happening. So that interview there is, to me, is a good. Maybe back then Alex was not completely compromised, although people would argue otherwise. Bill Cooper and co would argue otherwise. But yeah, you know, I mean, unfortunately, you're not gonna. I mean, come on, look at the size of that operation, right?
I know. The whole thing is just. But even with that, there's some people who've come out I've liked. I like David Knight. The folks from Truth Stream Media, they came from out of Alex Jones. There's some people who've come out. Owen Schroyer can be a bit of a character. I know you don't like him. I know you don't like him.
No,
but I've seen some interest. I watch all this stuff. But all right, hey,
most of them hate me, by the way, especially Joe Biggs. Alex hates me.
Really?
He used to get my channel taken down because I was exposing their operation and all the bull crap that they were putting out. They were putting out such utter.
But that's your thing, Jeff. It always has been, which is actually the beauty of you is, and you finally now you've pulled it back, but you've always been a bulldog and always been tough, and you didn't care, and you just went forward regardless. And that's why they always freaking came after you. But you know, you done good, man. You done good.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Yeah. All right, hey, here's a new one. Uncool Paranoia says, KJ, did you fill out the census? I can tell you, no, I have not. And fun story, last time I had to fill out a census, I was back in Los Angeles, and I was living in Montrose, California, which is kind of between Glendale and Pasadena. Y'all can look it up. Montrose is a really cool place. A lot of films and TV shows were shot up there. I met Christian Slater out there. He was on a TV show where he was a split personality. One of those personalities, he was a regular family man. The other side, he was an assassin, government assassin. But I was a security guard in Montrose for one of his shows, and he actually came out and shook my hand. I thought it was kind of
Greetings
crazy.
and salutations.
Yeah, right. Salutations. Heathers, man. Heathers. You guys seen Heathers? Heathers is just a very nihilistic. I would still suggest seeing it.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
a film
It's a
guy.
classic.
You got to see it. It's a
Yeah.
classic. But
They remade it with trannies, by the way.
oh, gross! No way. Oh, wait. You're right. You're right. They
not
did
even
it.
joking. Yeah.
It was a TV series.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so horrible. But no. But I remember I was living in Montrose, and the people, and this is back right after 2008. This is right after the big economic collapse. You guys remember that the housing market dropped and everything in 2008 under Obama. And I had just woke up. I had just made the scariest movie ever made. That's where I edited the film from Montrose, and I placed it online from there. And that's when I started getting these people coming to my house, knocking on the front door, 3 different people, because I would never answer, wanting me to do this census thing. And they didn't stop. They were hardcore. There were lots of videos back in the day of these census people being really hardcore and really pushing to get your information. But
it's kind of silly now, though, eh? With all the,
it is,
because like they're collecting all your data. I mean, what do you think they're doing? And with those, you saw the building that they built there in Utah.
No, which one is that?
The NSA building, right? It's like the size of a small town.
Wow.
That's the NSA, where they have their whole database where they're collecting all the information. They did the same thing here in Rainbow Unicorn Land in Canada. They built the most expensive building in Canadian history, or at least Canadian government history, the massive CSEC building. And if you saw the the donut that they built for the GCHQ in Great Britain, this is where all their data is being stored. And, according to the snow job there, it was, United States would spy on Great Britain, and, Australia would spy on Canada or whatever. Like, they all spy on each other. And that's the way that they get around the illegalities of spying on their own citizens, because it's against constitutional rights of the citizens to have their government spying on them. So they just, we'll get New Zealand to spy on us or something like that, right? The 6 Eyes, of course, Israel being the most powerful, probably, of the whole bunch, and 8200 being the most powerful of all the internet sort of surveillance agencies that exist on the planet. And they're ahead of the curve easily, and a lot of what comes out of Silicon Valley, most of it is groomed in 8200. They are the best in the world when it comes to online surveillance and stuff like that. So,
well, let me throw this out there as well for the folks. So I'm still going through and I'm trying to capture the questions as I can, but just remember that the chat, which I do love about our shows, is always off the chain. It really is. It's always crazy. Yeah. It goes fast.
You can. I think there's a slow mode that you can put.
I think you're right. Yeah. I typically don't on my end. But some people probably should, but I do miss some questions. So if you've put one up, you may want to put it up again, because I'm back here now on Eddie the Man 2. So I know I missed some, most likely. But you feel me, right, Jeff? This happens sometimes with these things. But the question is, and it's a Q thing, and I'm not sure, but it says Q AI possibility. Yep. Thinking QDOS prior to MSDOS. What do you think about that?
Well, I think AI is used a lot. But then again, you know that Q is not just AI. You know that Donald Trump is massively involved in Q.
And they put out so many obvious signs of it. Yeah. So
like Bannon would be one of the chief orchestrators. But without a doubt, they would be using AI as well, for sure. And this is the age that we're in. So AI programs are used massively on YouTube, and all over social media. And Twitter, I think, is massively AI. I think there's gazillions of bots. There's probably way more bots on Twitter, for instance, than there are regular human beings. And that's why anything that they want is astroturfed. Right. But yeah, that's it's an interesting thing, and yeah, it's definitely it's interesting too because when I think of Q, I often think of the character on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Q was like part of this continuum with
Mm-hmm.
these godlike beings that could alter reality. They were basically, they basically had the ability to control time and space and everything. And I guess maybe
Well,
that's what they want to aspire to, sort of thing. But they're
did, did you know
yeah.
they have a new series out called Picard, all about bringing Captain
Good lord.
Picard back?
No, I know it's out, but I've never seen it. I can't stomach any Star Trek. I
I feel
think it's
I feel you on that. My dad actually is a huge Trekkie. Not anymore. Over the last
the
probably 10
original
years, he's
one's the
not.
best.
Yeah, he loves the old
Yeah.
stuff, but I follow a lot of again, I probably like you. I follow a lot of channels people probably wouldn't expect me to, but I do follow a lot of these channels that follow the like SJW programming and media and all this. And I follow a lot of really geeky comic type channels that are true geeks and really get it because I'm kind of a geek myself, but they also understand the politics of what's going on out there. But yeah, a lot of this, like Picard and a lot of these new kind of versions of a lot of these classic geeky type shows, are filled with SJW programming, social justice warrior, right? Programming,
Absolutely.
you
It's
know?
atrocious. It's all well, it's really SJW is just New World Order, right? So
Right.
right, it's degeneracy and feminism and LGBT and just all the worst things that would weaken people and turn them into marshmallows, basically.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one from Jose FR. Question: do you believe in your guardian angel? Um, my thing is that when it comes to dealing with angels and God or whatever, I always go to what the Bible tells me. That's just me. It's my thing. So I believe there are angels that can help. I'm also a big geek and dork when it comes to following near-death experiences. I was also a huge fan of Unsolved Mysteries from many years ago with Robert Stack. Even the later versions that came about. But I noticed throughout the years lots of stories on Unsolved Mysteries of people having near-death experiences of seeing angels literally fighting over your soul, like good angels fighting over dark angels, if you will, or demons over people's souls. I'm in some of that, but then there's also the new agey, goofy, weird to me angel numbers. Because I'm a guy that's experienced the 111s personally since 2012. You can go back to my channel and see I did a video all the way back in 2012 about this. So I've had it for a very long time. I see it as something else, but I would say 70% of the responses I get are about my so-called angel numbers, and it's kind of this new age type stuff. So I don't know. Am I rambling? I think I'm rambling. But Jeff, what do
No,
you have to
everybody
say
loves it
about
when you
this?
ramble, dude.
Oh, shucks,
Ramble on.
what do you think about all this?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. For me, I don't know if it's God or angels, but something. I've had tremendous near-death experience. I get closest death you could possibly get and survive, sort of thing. So I definitely believe it 100%. And I don't know if it's God in those instances or it's guardian angels, but it's something. So yeah.
Thank you, man. All right, I'm scrolling down again, guys. I'm trying not to miss anything, but let me see if I can. Again, if you want to leave a question, just say question first. And then I found
Or
this
Q.
finally. Or Q. This is thank you guys and moderators. Great show from Lady of the Woods. Hey, Lady of the Woods, thank
Awesome.
you so much for the super chat. Thanks.
Awesome.
All right, still scrolling. Here we go. Here's a question from the evil Oyo Graper.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoa. Question: did you guys know Mac Groening? Oh, you knew Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, was in the Epstein Black Book. I didn't know that Matt Groening, it's Matt, M-A-T-T Groening, was in there, but he is such a major role in everything that's played out. It's not magical. I mean, these people, it's all planned. He's a Freemason. Some of the voice actors from The Simpsons from the early days, Harry Shearer, also another Michael McKean. He also played a character in the Better Call Saul series. But these guys did a mock documentary about the Bohemian Grove, which is a real thing. But the whole thing, they made fun of it about goofy Christians and conservatives and Republicans making something out of nothing. Meanwhile, it's an actual real thing, right? They do the cremation of care. They do these weird rituals. A lot of homosexual prostitutes in the early 80s. There were stories about that coming out of there. So, you with me on this, Jeff? Am I just kind of going off the rails or what?
Yeah.
You're
What was
like,
what was the
yes,
question
you
again?
are. No, mainly just talking about Matt Groening, who's
Oh,
the
Matt
creator
Groening.
of The
Okay, yeah.
Simpsons, and how The Simpsons
yeah.
is constantly, and it really an example of lesser magic
Yeah.
and predictive programming. They're constantly showing things that are actually happening.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
It's definitely, and I honestly believe the whole Epstein thing is a massive psyop. But it's all part of their black magic. So it's
Don't you think he's in Israel, probably safe somewhere?
Oh
But
yeah. Beach on Tel Aviv.
right. Also, maybe answering some questions. I don't know, but I feel he's in Israel, safe and sound somewhere. Yeah.
Just like Weinstein and Co. And it's always like that. It's black magic that they're into, and it's no question about that. And they are able to manifest these things, and it's astonishing how they do it. It blows my mind. It's almost like they have, supernatural powers, which, yes, they would claim exactly demonic powers, that they're able to manifest things and orchestrate things and then predictively program it or manifest exactly what they show us decades in advance in many cases. So Matt Groening with The Simpsons, again, The Simpsons, the Simpsons, it was a show that I watched, as a teen sort of thing. And
Me
it was
too. I remember as a kid too.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this, Jeff. Sorry to cut in, but I want to say this quickly. That I remember, I was always, if you will, woke, spiritually woke from a very early age. But I remember even back then, the first few seasons of The Simpsons coming out, I had a girlfriend. This is in middle school or maybe it was high school, but her parents wouldn't let her little brother watch the show. But I remember watching it even back then and thinking how dangerous it was, because they could get away with anything just because they called it a cartoon. And I was raised, maybe like you to some degree, on those Saturday morning cartoons. Do you remember those days?
Transformers and stuff.
It was like Saturday morning before the internet and all this. I'm old, I guess, I'm in my 40s, but before the internet, and Saturday mornings is when you had, like a 5-6 hour run of cartoons. Scooby-Doo is one of them. A lot of the monsters. Quest. Right. Segment of the Sea Monsters, if you guys know what that is. But anyway, But go ahead. So
exactly. I think it's all, it's all part of their magic, right? It really is. And it's like, again, I don't want to tell people what to watch and what not to watch, because I end up having to watch a lot of, not a lot, but I say at least a number of films every year, which for the most part I don't enjoy, but I feel like I must watch them to understand a certain extent. I watch a few of the shows, very few of them, that like The Walking Dead and Game of Thrones. I try to watch some of the main ones to try to get, and they're just absolutely loaded. I mean, it drives me nuts to actually sit down and watch one of these shows because I know too much and I see too much of what they're coding in the films, and it bothers me because
I've never seen one episode of Game of Thrones. Is it worthy?
Well, yeah. If you like something, like say if you were to, like
I like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, then yes, for sure, because but the thing is that it's extremely well, like I read the books before the show came out, sort of thing. So, and George R.R. Martin is somebody that came directly from Hollywood. So people got to realize this, that the books that he wrote, the Song of Ice and Fire, he actually wrote after a 20-year sort of career in Hollywood, in which he was like one of the main writers for the show Beauty and the Beast. I've never seen that show, but I
Oh
think
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
yeah. So George R. Martin is from those books were written as New World Order without a doubt, but they're extremely they're amongst I've read a lot of pulp fiction, a lot of sci-fi and fantasy and stuff like that, and I'd say that they're the amongst the best when it comes to page turners, at least the first four
it's
books or
it,
so.
it's also the sympathy for the devil stuff as well, right?
Yeah, it's so well written in terms of the characters are well fleshed out, and no,
Well,
they're all like
and that's the same with Breaking Bad for me. I mean, obviously Walter White was a very bad man, but that's the genius of the necromancy, if you
yeah,
will, from the show, is that you're rooting for a very
you're rooting.
evil person. Go
They
ahead.
do that all the time in movies, but usually, like, if they do it, the person's bad, and you're not supposed to root for them, sort of thing. But you can't help it in a way. But with Game of Thrones, it is definitely. I would recommend it because I think it would be good for you, considering how much knowledge you have, and especially with your history in film and just. Your your great knowledge in the esoteric and the New
Thanks.
World Order itself. So I think that, and it's very entertaining. It's very bloody. It's very brutal.
I'll have
It
to
has
check it out.
heavy themes. Heavy incest is a huge theme in it. The power dynasties, power families, bloodlines is absolutely ginormous in the whole thing. It's all about bloodlines. Um, and it has it's feudalism in so many ways, and that's where we are. That's where we're going right now. They want you to embrace feudalism. This whole universal income wage that they're going to they just implemented for the first time in Spain. It's official now. There's a universal basic income. Everybody, no matter what you do, you get paid the same, basically. This is
Tribalism
yeah,
too.
yeah. So it's all coming here, and Game of Thrones plays into that because it gets you to worship, just like the Marvel movies where they get you to worship the billionaires, right? Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, all these characters that are ultra rich, but of course they're philanthropists, right? That's the stupid term they love to use. Just like Bill Gates, just like Elon Musk, just like all these characters that they throw at us all the time, and make us Mark Zuckerberg. Like, you make us worship these characters who are clear psychopaths. And so that's what Game of Thrones does. It's a very well written, well acted, well cast, and like what I like about it the best is the sets and the costumes and just how well it's presented, sort of thing. But the themes are extremely heavy in it, and is 110% New World Order. And the two writers of the show, David, I think they're the two Davids. I think that's what they're called. They're tribe members, and they're wretched creatures. And they are infusing massive amounts of New World Order themes into the show. So the show it gets worse as it goes on, sort of thing, in terms of how bloody and evil it gets. And there are some things that are so utterly shocking in the show that fit into the whole narrative of what the New World Order is doing. So yeah, I think you would benefit from watching it, not just because of your sort of your presence on YouTube and your understanding of things. It's kind of like I feel like I have to watch the Star Wars movies, even though they're awful. But I have to watch
They
them to
really
kind of
are.
understand how they're programming people. So, but I think you would enjoy Game of Thrones. If you like things like Conan, if you like Lord of the Rings, then you're definitely going to find it exciting, at least, because it definitely is not dull, and there's a lot
Cool.
of blood and there's sorcery and all that, but it's mostly bloodlines. It's mostly really hardcore drama, sort of thing. So yeah, that's a long rambling thing.
No, you're good. I like it. I'm good
Yeah.
with it, man. I enjoy just hanging out and chatting with you. You know that, man.
Mhm.
So I'm glad you're hanging out too. And hey, we'll just keep moving. I actually have something to add to this. This is from Bernard Evans. Question: Luke Radowski, he meant to say, I believe, or right, is fake? Question mark. Question: the next 4 weeks, what will happen? My first thought, every time I think of Luke Radowski, he's from We Are Change. He's the main man behind We Are Change. A lot of 9/11 truth type stuff, been around for a long time. Jason Burmis kind of came out of that camp. I've liked a lot of Jason Burmis stuff. He doesn't really do much anymore, but another one of those guys. But I saw a video from a YouTube channel that I currently have blocked. They're called Humans Win, and they're always really harsh. Humans Win. He doesn't seem like a very nice guy, but he's actually put some videos out. This is many years ago, where he found some footage of Luke Radowski from We Are Change approaching somebody who was with Alex Jones and a couple other guys in a parking lot, and he caught it on camera, them actually giving a Freemason handshake. Straight up Freemason handshake. So I'll never forget that. So I don't know. And I'm never one to join the crowd, and even with the stuff I do, I still feel like I'm kind of, quote, underground in a way. I don't mean that in a demonic sense. I just mean that I feel like I'm still kind of hidden in a way. And I like to think that, I don't want to be on the mainstream news or have any big interviews or anything like that. I like that I can kind of still hide out a little bit, for that very reason. But anyway, Jeff, any thoughts on that, on Luke Radowski from We Are Change?
Yeah, not good thoughts. Unfortunately, people reveal themselves. I don't like to expose people, and I know people.
I don't like putting energy into that stuff either.
Yeah, like I know people that are friends of Luke and all that, but I mean the guy, like all those interviews, it always made it look like he waited out all night and he just happened to catch Jacob Rothschild in an alleyway in New York City,
Yeah.
And everybody loved that stuff, but yeah, I hate to say it, but there's no way I trust that guy at all.
Yeah, questionable for sure.
Beyond.
Beyond.
For me, at least. But you know what?
I feel you on that, man.
What are you going to do, right?
Well, here's Jacob Sarnock. I think I said that right. It's his question. What are your thoughts on Antarctica? What could be at the center of it, guys? Flat, hollow Earth, safe place for the elite. I'll say this first off the top of my head. Antarctica is one of those videos I've been building for probably a year and a half now. I haven't found enough that I think is worthy, but I'm always looking at Antarctica because I know John Kerry has been there. The Pope's been out there. A lot of weird things happening out there. I do believe there's something strange. I just don't know what it is. Flat Earth, I'm not into Flat Earth. Hollow Earth, we can have a discussion. There have been a lot of videos of what they call the rod UFOs going into volcanoes, and that's happened 5 or 6 times. I can think off the top of my head. I've made some videos about that in the past. Hollow Earth, I'm open to. Flat Earth, never. But that's just me. Jacob, go ahead. Or I'm not Jacob. Jacob, go ahead. I'm out. Wait, Jeff? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think, this is just completely me being completely conspiratard, if you will. But I honestly think that what Antarctica reveals is past civilizations. And I think that's the big secret, is that underneath the ice, that human civilization has risen up before and has had tech and other things and has been wiped out. And I think that is like Antarctica used to be, and they say this, right? I mean, it's like, okay, for example, KJ, I don't know if you know this, but like, according to the scientists, right, the Sahara Desert 5,000 years ago was a lush tropical garden. The whole thing. And now it's the biggest desert in the world. So things have radically changed on this planet in terms of climate and stuff like that, right? Climate change, ironically.
Yeah.
So I believe that the big secret, this is my theory. Now, Lovecraft was obsessed with Antarctica and talked about the New World Order is obsessed with Lovecraft, of course. H.P. Lovecraft, that is.
Right.
But
D-Wave as well, right?
Yeah. So that's what I believe. I believe that there are underneath the ice there in Antarctica, there are uh, powerful sort of excavations of former human civilizations that they conceal from all of us to hold back the truth. As far as like Hollow Earth and stuff like that, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But
It's weird. I mean,
yeah,
trust me, I know it's weird, but I just say out of the two, if I had to choose, you and I both talked, off camera about the flat Earth stuff, and there's an obvious psyop attached to
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
And it's interesting that this year, now I don't know if the C virus is going to change that. It probably will. But this year, or at least next year, they're planning on having actual civilians can pay a price to go up in a ship and get up off the atmosphere
Yeah.
and kind of go into space. So, that'll be interesting. We'll see what happens then, right? Maybe then we can put all this stuff to rest, perhaps.
You'd have to, yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, those are operations, but nonetheless, I understand why people and everyone should question everything, right? And so,
Yeah.
I try to soften my approach to people that fall under those spheres and maybe
Yeah.
believe those things, because you know what, we should question everything. People would say we're in a Truman Show, and you should be able to question everything, and you should, and yeah, and yeah, it would be awesome to have a massive exploration of Antarctica and get to the secrets of what it is, because there's a lot of things that they're concealing. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
There,
There's something there.
yeah,
I mean, I am, again, I like the weird, and I have to, I've been working on this video forever, but I won't put it out till I have more solid kind of info. But I look at maybe a fallen angel connection. Like I said, I get into the weird
yeah,
stuff. Anyway, I saw there was a question I had, but I kind of missed it. It was something about quantum computing. I
mm.
can tell you this: I know nothing about quantum computing. Jeff C., you know anything about quantum computing?
Yeah. Well, it's the next step, and it's a huge step in terms of uh, it's like a whole extreme. It's like it's hard to compare it to current sort of computing, because it would be like comparing like a light bright to a modern sort of super powered desktop computer, right? um
Yeah.
it takes it to a whole different level of computation power. It's so like, no, I don't really get too far into that. I need to do a show on that to really, because like when I do a show like that, I'll start researching it and get into it and all that. But it's the next step, and this all ties into though the encryption, because what they're saying with the quantum computers, this is one of the things that they're pushing with quantum computers. And it could easily break encryption, because they say encryption right now, normal computers can't break it because it's so sophisticated. There's so many different computations and all that. But with quantum computers, they can break it in a fraction of a second, sort of thing. So this is one of the things that they try to use to pass this Earn It Act. I don't know. Are you familiar with that Earn It Act, by the way?
No, I'm kind of thinking about Geordie Rose, of course, with D Wave and quantum computing, and comparing it to these entities coming in that are Cthulhu
Oh yeah,
type
yeah.
creatures, right? That's what I was
That's
thinking.
Lovecraft.
But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, that's and again too with the Bird Box, which is really interesting. Did you ever see that, by the way?
That's the one where they had to, was it Be Quiet, Bird Box? That is on Netflix, right?
Yeah. No, they had to blindfold themselves.
Blindfold themselves, right?
Mhm.
They couldn't see. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because there was demons the in the outside realm, in the outside world. So you're only safe inside, and you had to block up all the windows. And if you went outside, you had to blindfold yourself, because the demons, and they were Lovecraftian demons. They were interdimensional demons, and this is what Lovecraft was all about. Lovecraft, the Cthulhu mythos, and that these ancient ones once ruled this planet, and that they were trying to come back, and they were coming through. It was like coming through dimensions, other dimensional sort of, and they show this. This is all Stranger Things, right? Stranger Things is all Cthulhu mythos,
Yep.
basically,
And
right?
they also had a movie just come out. It was called Color Out of Space, based on Lovecraft with Nicolas Cage. Same thing about this godlike color type thing coming from space and just destroying humanity, So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a
And
thing.
then a lot of people would go to CERN and talk about CERN as being some sort of dimensional portal thing, and I really don't go there with that, but I do think CERN is hugely esoteric, and they have all the symbolism about Alice in Wonderland, and like it's really
Hmm.
and there's just so many things that we could dive into, so many rabbit holes that you could lose yourself in, and they're all well worthy of investigation and speculation and all that. It's a
Absolutely.
but yeah, with the bird box, I find it interesting because I think in many ways it's somewhat predictive programming to what they're doing to the masses,
Yes.
like the blinding of the masses, because in many ways the mass of humanity is blind to what the New World Order is doing. They're under the spell and they can't see it. And of course, in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So the one-eyed being the New World Order itself, right? So keeping people blind in one eye with the Sauron. And guess what they've been doing? Have you've seen that? You're always on this stuff, but the Empire State Building.
Oh, but that's again, spoiler alert. That's another one of those I was going to share on that video I was talking about in the beginning. Is yeah, they turned it into the red alert essentially.
Yeah, to me, it's like Mordor, right? It's like,
Absolutely. Yep.
yeah, I don't see it.
Yes.
I don't. It doesn't remind me of an ambulance. It reminds me of demons and hell.
Yep. The
I mean,
huge
it's just
all-seeing
awful.
eye.
Do you
I
know
mean,
about the purge siren that they've been using over and over again?
Jeff, man, you were just so on it. This is why we do these shows. Yes, that's another one of those. I think it was in Michigan, perhaps.
Oh
But
wow!
yeah, the police are running the actual
Yeah,
sound from the Purge movies from when they start the Purge.
yeah.
The wah, it's a really scary
Oh,
sound,
it's
actually.
just terrifying, and you could just imagine that when you hear that play out in your own town, you'll be like, "Oh my!" If like say the power goes off and, and everything's down, then all of a sudden you're you can hear the siren.
Yeah, not
You'd be like,
cool.
"Oh gosh, we are leaving the purge." And then I would be pretty worried at that point. I'd be like, "I'm
Yes.
bugging out. They're gonna come for me first." But yeah, they have
We'll
been
see.
playing that purge. They played it. One of the videos I showed, which was so utterly disturbing. I believe it was Buenos Aires, and this was about a month ago when the whole when it was all starting with the quarantine,
Mm-hmm.
and they had a forced quarantine in Argentina there, and it was like 8 o'clock at night, and everybody had to be inside, and they blasted the purge siren, and it was just like WTF. I was like, oh, these people are so evil, right? Like, why
Wow.
would you do that from the movie, right? And it sounded
Yeah.
terrifying. It was just like, again, I did a pale. Your imitation of it was much better than mine. It's really disturbing sounding sort of thing, right? I've never
Well,
seen the movies or anything with the Purge. I suppose I probably should watch that.
even one of the producers of the Purge movies was one of Trump's campaign managers, I believe. So he was connected with the Trump campaign. I mean, the whole thing's strange. All right, hey, so I put Alyssa's up here, and Alyssa, I after that I kind of updated the chat, so I know I missed some people, but man, we've gone like over 4 hours. If you're cool with it, I think we'll do maybe this will be the last one, and then we'll kind
Sure.
of say our goodbyes. You cool with that?
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
All right, man. So Elizabeth, question: remember that video from 2005 about funbacks used for religious fundamentalism, and they were going to do it after a respiratory virus was spread? Thoughts? That's the first I've heard of this, Alyssa. Jeff, what about you?
Fun Vax?
Yeah, I don't know. Video from 2005 about funbacks. You know what that reminds me of? I earlier today I watched a horror movie that just came out on VOD called We Summon the Darkness. I was curious. because I'd read about it in a horror forum where they said they were bashing religion. So I was like, all right, let me see how they're bashing religion. So I watched this movie, We Summon the Darkness. It takes place in the 80s. It turns out it's these three girls that go to these heavy metal concerts, hook up with guys that, have upside down crosses and they're into the heavy metal scene. And then they sacrifice them and kill them. And then, under like a satanic type thing. But meanwhile, these girls are actually big worshipers of Jesus Christ. So throughout the movie, they're talking about the love of Jesus and Jesus is great, but they're slaughtering these people and setting them up with pentagrams and all this to make it look like they're being killed by Satanists. Anyway, go ahead. I know I'm rambling, but this is what we
I've
do.
never heard of this fun vax thing. That sounds very diabolical. And if it came out in 2005, I'm very curious.
Yeah, me too.
I love that though. One of the great things, both you and me doing these types of shows is, you get so much information from people, so many eyes.
Yes,
That,
absolutely.
it helps us a lot. So thank you very much. I wrote it down,
Yeah.
so hopefully I'll remember to check that out. But
thanks, Alyssa. We'll definitely look into that. And man, Jeff, I probably need to go ahead and start pulling the plug a little bit over here, but it's been awesome. It always is. This has been a real marathon. I mean, we've gone over 4 hours, man. It feels like a couple hours to me, not that long. So
yeah, it does.
You want to tell the people where to find you and any last thoughts? Anything? This is your time. No rush. Yep. What do you got, man?
Well, you can find me Jeff Censored. And that's my main channel. I also have Jeff Censored Encore and Jeff C Live. You probably find me if you just put Jeff C in. Usually that would bring me up. And I also have Supreme Lord Commander where I do the entertainment. And on Twitter I'm at Free Radio Revolu, ending on the U. And on BitChute I'm New World Agenda, all one word. And all I would say to folks out there is, you know what? You gotta just first of all, keep on keeping on. Don't let this stuff get you down, because if fear is the mind killer, and fear is how they control us. So most of humanity is under fear right now, and they fear this virus, right? And that makes them do what they want us to do. So if you really want to break their spell, don't give in to fear, and always stand up for your rights. Never be afraid to challenge, because you know what your rights are, and stand your ground. I've shown a lot of this on my channel. A lot of people, whether it be in parks or parking lots or whatever, that are standing their ground. They know their rights, and they're saying no. And we need a lot more of this, and we need to encourage that type of activism. It's not about, both me and KJ tell you, don't go out and do what they want you to do, right? Like don't go out and do acts of violence and stuff like that. If things go bad, then the gloves are off, sort of thing, and then you got to do what you got to do. But in this point in time, the best thing that you can do, I believe, this is just my opinion, is try to wake up as many people as possible. Find information that you really like, videos, even stuff like this, like say you like this conversation that me and KJ had tonight, and you find it's really helpful. If you can, compile that type of stuff, stick it on a disc, even make flyers. Like you can make flyers. You can put things on the paper, like that would be like a research event 201, research this, research that, things that would wake up people instantly to what is going on, or that would at least start to plant the seeds of what we need to plant, and be the change that you want to see, most importantly, out there, right? And don't give in to fear. Don't give in to fear. Look, most of the public servants, most of the police and stuff like that, they're just, they don't know, right? They don't understand what's going on, just like most people don't know. They're not our enemy, and we don't want to treat them that way, and we don't want to, give them the excuse to be violent against us. But we do have to take a stand right at this moment, and we need to speak out, and we need to reach out to as many people as possible. And basic principles, I think, are some things are the things that we can all agree on. And again, it doesn't matter what your politics are or what you believe in, spiritually or religiously. It's more about your fundamental human rights. And I think that we can all agree that our fundamental human rights are being massively infringed upon by this new world order at this point in time. And it's the time to take that stand against it and try your best to reach as many people as possible. So,
Well said, sir. And I'll leave a link to Jeff's channel underneath the player once this is fully uploaded for you guys. So please check him out. Support Jeff's work as well. We're in that time now. And even on that note, big thank you to my Patreon, PayPal supporters. Thank you guys. You're keeping us in the game. We really appreciate it. So please check Jeff out. And thanks, guys. I always like to leave on a short prayer. So I'll just say, Heavenly Father, thanks so much for the fact we could all join together again tonight from different areas, different beliefs, but all come together seeking the truth. And I pray ultimately they all find you, Lord, through Christ. But no matter, Father, I pray you're with everybody and keep us all without a spirit of fear, but a spirit of peace and of calm. And to just continue on without any fear, but to expose the darkness as we can, and to continue to live our lives, again, not in a state of fear. And thank you, Lord. I love you. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
amen.
Thanks, man. All right, guys. Wow. Hey.
Awesome.
Yes. Jeff, I'll talk to you after the show. I'm just going to say goodbye real quick, guys. Thank you so much, moderators. You're amazing. Thank you, folks. I appreciate you. Please share the show if you're interested and get it to other people. Jeff, you want to say goodbye?
Goodbye, everyone. God bless. Keep strong. You're the best. Awesome.
All right. See you later, guys.